โ Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the AOC Masters Tournament 2021 competition we have here. My name is John P. I'm joined once again by the one and only Imperium. We have seen a great set of games and matches yesterday. We're back here for day number 2 as these teams from many different regions, the likes of Taiwan, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, and the Oceanic regions all fight it out for that $43,000 prize pool. And Imperium, we saw some very, very good matches yesterday.
They were extremely exciting. We had some ups and downs. We had a couple of throws into the mix, and that last game was definitely the most intense of the day. So it was great to end on that massive note with ShuaiGeDui then coming in with a massive chicken dinner to jump them up. Won't spoil it as we get into the overall standings, but jump them up a hell of a lot in the standings. I'm super excited for today. It's of course kind of the same old in terms of the 4 maps. It's going to be starting with Miramar, but for me it's like building on yesterday. We saw a couple of teams maybe failing to close out games in the right way. We were talking before the broadcast started about Colony as an example, setting themselves up in the right way, but just failing to kind of hit that final hurdle to close out a chicken dinner, which is, of course, massively important in this format.
Yeah, and you made a great point in terms of Colony and that chicken dinner, because of course we have the chicken dinner rule set in place throughout this competition. So these teams, I mean, I'm sure they would have played with this rule set in many a time before for themselves. But still, sometimes, you know, you play different tournaments, different organizers run different rule sets. Sometimes you can forget that, okay, yes, or it might be great us putting 40, 50 odd kills in the kill column, but if we've not won a game, we're not going to win the tournament. So I think, you know, these players just need to remember how important it is to have that chicken dinner at the end of things. But yes, you mentioned we are going to see some different matches. Let's talk a little bit about the regions here, Imperium, and how they qualified and from how many teams which country represents.
Yeah, so the 2 Oceanic teams, they were directly invited. However, the teams from Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, Chinese Taipei, Indonesia, and Vietnam, they all qualified with a mixture of it coming together. As we talked about yesterday, it's 12 games on ERANGEL, 12 games on Miramar, split even Stevens, starting yesterday, culminating on Sunday with 24 matches. And like we already alluded to today, the rule is chicken dinner comes out and becomes the winner, right? So it's like the team with the most chicken dinners at the end wins. If 2 teams are on the same amount of chicken dinners, the team with the highest kill points comes out on top.
Yeah, no, we've already seen a little bit of changes in the standings. I mean, just casting my mind back to yesterday, we saw, what, 4 different leaders at one point throughout the competition. So no doubt the players want to try and change themselves on the standings once again. And this is, of course, what they are playing for, a total prize pool of $43,000 For the side of first place, they're going to be taking home a nice, cool and steady $3,000 in cash. But they're not only going to be taking home the cash prize, they're going to pick themselves up a brand new keyboard, mouse and headset, as well as a beautifully brand new AOC monitor. And let me tell you now, these AOC monitors are absolutely fantastic. The players are definitely going to want to get those hands on one of those, and the second place is going to be $2,000. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to get the mouse this time, but a keyboard, headset and AOC monitor is good enough, let me tell you that. And for the side of third and fourth place, unfortunately for them, they only grab the mouse and the headset, but also get that brand new AOC monitor as well. And we've already mentioned a little bit about the standings and the teams that are going to be the ones to look out for. I think we are going to be taking a little look at the team list in a few seconds for you guys. And one team I think you mentioned fantastically well was the side of Colony, that they just couldn't, unfortunately, you know, clutch up when it mattered, and they fell just short.
Yeah, they fell just short, but I am very impressed with how they played throughout the games yesterday and how they were able to just put themselves in the right positions across multiple games. Their consistency in terms of performance is absolutely there. You can see the list of teams, and if you are just joining us today, you have 2 teams who are going to be competing in the upcoming PUBG Global Championship. That's Bao Nam United and Team Fury. And let's be fair, despite none of those two teams getting chicken dinners yesterday, we can certainly say that they've come into this tournament, into these finals, absolutely swinging.
Yeah, I think, it's one of those things where you could probably bank yourself on the likes of Bao Nam, Fury, probably even eArena, for example, and you could throw the Expendables in there in some conversations, that you'd probably bank on them to at least get 1 or 2 chicken dinners throughout the week's worth of gameplays. But these were what you could say the MVPs of the day number 1 over at the AOC Masters 2021. And Zest, how many times did we see that man in the kill column for Bao Nam United Imperium really fragging out hot?
Oh man, he's absolutely on fire. 12 kills out of the team's total, I think 31. I think that's like, what, a third of their kills nearly? Over a third of their kills. Now, fair play to their IGL, Simon T, not afraid to frag out himself, having 8 kills. So between the two of them, they're on 20 of the total 31 kills for Bao Nam. But let's not forget Flood from Fury, right? He's on 10 kills himself out of the team's 21 in total. So that one player from Fury has nearly half of his team's total kills, followed by, of course, Sissy from eArena and Teddy of Xiaojam.
Yeah, no, I think eArena was a team, probably the same as Xiaonam as well, that they probably fragged slightly more close compared to, the likes of Bao Nam United and the squad of Fury, where they had Zest and Fury leading the way. But let's talk a little bit about damage here, and it's not a surprise we see Zest at the top of the leaderboards for that either. 1,644 damage, Imperium. That is a hefty amount of damage dealt by Zest and Zest only. But one player, number 2 on your list, that I was very impressed with yesterday from the side of SGD, and that's going to be Shen. We saw, I think it was in particular in that last game, he must have picked up probably around 600 or 700 of that damage just in that one game alone, where he was holding the squad of eArena out towards the colony. And if we can see Shen replicate the performance that we saw yesterday from him, but not only do it, improve it throughout the other 3 games we see today, and not just have one pop-off game, I think the squad of SGD, they're looking good for maybe another chicken dinner.
Yeah, definitely. Couldn't have said that better myself. That last game specifically, as you highlighted, Shen was integral to his team breaking out and grabbing that win. One thing that I did notice as well is that one of the players having over 500 headshot damage. That is massive, because you get a clean couple of headshot connections and that can be an instant knock, right? So that headshot damage is something to definitely pay attention to. Just like the leaderboard, right? Coming into today's games, ShuaiGeDui, as I alluded to, had a massive game yesterday. Jumped from 13th to 1st in one game. Such a massive difference.
Yeah, huge difference indeed. And that was sort of a point we highlighted to and made quite often yesterday, right, Imperium, that anyone really down from 1st all the way even probably, you can maybe even say to 14th spot right now with DK Esports, they could literally leapfrog themselves into the top 10, if not to the top 1 position, just within a 7 kill or any sort of chicken dinner win at all, because of that chicken dinner rule set. And well, we'll have to wait and see how things are going to play out. Let us know what you guys think at home. And well, while you guys let us know that, why don't you take a little look at what we think. Myself, I am going to be taking the picks of Bao Nam United. For Bao Nam, I think we've got to see a chicken dinner today. They've got the 31 frags on the board, Imperium. They just got to add that win to it as well.
Yeah, just close out the game. Maybe not be as aggressive during the early mid parts of a game. Look, they're veterans. They're playing in the upcoming Global Championship. They don't need me to tell them how to play. They are certainly capable of closing out the games. I do want to see them grab that chicken dinner. But I've also been impressed with eArena, my pick. They've got 27 kills. They're right behind Bao Nam. So it's really important that they look to do the same. That last game, they did get a little bit unfortunate with the circle shifting away from the compound that they held onto for so long in that final game in Miramar. I'd like to see them close out the game in today's matches.
Yeah, I think we saw, 2 games yesterday where eArena really could have, if not probably should have, picked up the chicken dinner. But we'll have to wait and see if they can take that confidence in their aiming and killing ability and transfer it into a chicken dinner onto today's matches. And speaking of today's matches, let's take a little look at how things will be playing out today. So for match number 5, which will be, of course, match number 1 for day 2, it's going to be played on Miramar. And I think out of the games we saw yesterday, Imperium, that I think Miramar might have just edged it in terms of a more interesting game and play style in opposed to the likes of an ERANGEL.
Yeah, maybe it's partly because the perception we have of Miramar is that it's very slow paced, especially in the early parts, and it definitely helped that the first Miramar game we had yesterday had that massive southern phase 1 where it eclipsed about 60% of the water, so that automatically made that map way more interesting. And then the last game, as players had started to warm up, we did see a little bit more of a passive early game, just a little bit, but then things massively heated up coming into the mid stages of the game. So whether it's perception or just what we had yesterday, definitely Miramar seemed more interesting. But hey, ERANGEL, you can always rely on that map. You can always rely on the positioning, the play style of these teams to really kind of be comfortable in ERANGEL. So I'm excited to see how the game is going to end with that map being the final match of the day.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And if yesterday's games were anything to go by, we're most definitely in for a treat. In particular, if, the PUBG gods decide to bless us with any of those crazy phase 1 zones like we saw yesterday. And it was crazy because we said yesterday that, coming into this, it's a long competition. It's a 6-day tournament. There are a lot of matches to be played. We might see a bit more of a slow-paced, passive play style. And these players thought, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to hot drop Pachinki on ERANGEL. We're going to fight straight off spawn from Miramar. We're going to rotate early and just take it. I think one team in particular that was super aggressive was the team of the Expendables, if I remember correctly. They were they were driving from city to city at points, just trying to take as many fights as possible.
They were one of the more aggressive sides, but I think what you're talking about is specifically NRX, but it was that first game of the day where they did. Now, they were solo kills, but they were kind of going from place to place looking for a fight. They initially got a kill onto, I think, one of the Myth players, and then I think onto one of the DX players, and then they came up against a force of Fury, and they got taken out. But that initial aggression in game 1 definitely opened my eyes to at least what NRX are capable of. It's just they didn't really produce that much afterwards, and that was a little bit of a shame, because I would like to have seen them follow that aggression up with a little bit more composure.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can fix their mistakes and right their wrongs from day number 1 as we head into match number 5 to kick things off here in day number 2. As always, guys, remember you are watching the AOC Masters Tournament of 2021, the regional finals, day 2, match number 5. We're playing on Miramar, and don't forget to keep up with all the updates and tournament results and track what is happening. Please follow us up via the Facebook fan page of AOC Monitor, or alternatively Mineski TV _TH. And well, we're headed into that drop phase now, Imperium. Judging off yesterday, are we going to see any changes?
I don't think we'll see any changes in the drops, and that playing path is certainly something that is extremely happy for these teams. Pretty central, going from the west to from the east to the west, a little bit down south, but it shouldn't pose too many issues for these teams across the board. Of course, thank you so much to AOC, the sponsors of this Masters tournament. Not only are they providing super exciting events, but you can also get some special offers in your different countries wherever you're watching from. For more information, visit the AOC Monitor page via Facebook.
Yeah, we are going to see lots more events hopefully run from AOC, in particular AOC Masters. I had a blast, and it's only day number 2 thus far. We've still got 4 extra days worth of action. I believe we are just going to get a quick remake on the lobby, so we do apologize about that, but that gives us a little bit more time to look at the way things might set out throughout the rest of the week. Day number 2 now. I want to talk a little bit here, Imperium, about the teams that are slightly further down at the bottom of the leaderboards. One team in particular, the likes of Kingslayer and Bhadboyz Alliance. I thought yesterday they had a little bit of potential to do some damage. I remember, I think it was Bhadboyz Alliance taking out Fury at one point, or even it might have been Bao Nam United, I think, one of the 2 top teams. How are they going to, try and fix their mistakes from yesterday, obviously coming off of a poor performance, and try and replicate that and try and fix that into day 2?
Yeah, look, first day, someone has to be last, right? Somebody has to. Not every team is going to do good on an individual day or across the whole tournament. Somebody has to be last. For Bhadboyz and Kingslayers was the fact that up until that final game, none of those teams really showed us anything, right? Shows a failure, at least we can talk about that failure and it can be built upon. If you show us a good thing, we can talk about that good thing and you can move on from that. If you show us nothing, that's kind of worse, at least from a caster point of view to me. But then we had Bhadboyz. As you said, it was 2 players from Bao Nam which they took out, and they still end up losing the fight. A little bit of a third party hurt them in that regard, but it was that, hey, you lost but you still picked up 2 kills. That's showing us something. But what them and Kingslayers need to do in today's games is clearly, obviously, show a bit of adaptability. I want to see some better strength in the kind of mid-game, especially for Bhadboyz. Their biggest weakness that I saw across the 3 games, at least initially, was the fact that they would be okay rotating in the first 3 circles, maybe 4. You get that shift, they wouldn't know what to do with it, and they'd full send it into the middle, and then they get taken out. Yeah. Right, that panic play, that panic rotation. You got to be able to have a second option. You got to be able to plan A, plan B, plan C, especially if you're looking to have a strong IGL. So for Bhadboyz, I want to see that adaptability throughout the circles, and for Kingslayers, just show us something. Just show us something bigger. You're only on 4 kills across the 4 games. That's an average of 1 kill per game. I know they're capable of better. They know they're capable of better. Show us in today's matches.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but unfortunately we are going to take a quick little break while we get these issues resolved within the lobby. So after this short break, we'll be heading into match number 5 on Miramar. Me and Imperium will be right back. Okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for match number 5 of day 2, or well, should I say match number 1 of day 2, but match 5 of the competition at the OEC Masters Tournament of 2021. Regional finals time, baby. I'm John P, joined as always by the lovely and Imperium. And Imperium, why don't you go ahead, and I won't cut you off this time because we're thrown into a break. Talk to me through these drop spots.
To be fair, can't take away from a little bit of a tech or / connection issue across the board, but yeah, drop spots shouldn't be an issue. The play path is less friendly for these teams compared to the previous one that we saw. It is definitely more heavily on the east. The team should be able to drag out on towards west, and looking for those vehicles is going to be, of course, so important across the board. Fury shouldn't have an issue going to their West de los Leones. Drops off, followed by the side of ShuaiGeDui down towards the south side with the ERANGEL as well, following suit. So, yeah, I can't see there being any real issues on the drop spots.
Yeah, this is a bit of an engagement we saw yesterday to the area of where Team Extraordinaire dropped. That's where we saw the Winchester versus Winchester off, I think, at one point yesterday. Not going to see that replicated today, though, unfortunately, or at least not for the first game of the day. But these teams coming into match number 5, they started yesterday on ERANGEL and obviously today on MIRAMAR, 2 very different maps within their own rights. But so far, I was going to say so far, so good. But we've actually seen a few teams already die straight off spawn, if I'm correct. Either that, or I think they've not managed to get into the game.
That's just a little bit of that'll be updated for today's games. We do indeed have the 16 team, 64 players from the future, John. From the future, this team currently rocking it quite nicely in terms of the overall standings of second place. They won a game yesterday. They're on 14 kills. 14 kills in 4 games isn't bad. Definitely, to an extent, a reliance on the chicken dinner. So I would like to see them get a little bit more aggressive. They have an initially good start in terms of their drop spot, which is that Hacienda split. Hikaru, Broken Hearts, YQQ, man, they can all pull it out the bag. Just want to see them get a little bit more aggressive now.
Yeah, I think they got a little bit unfortunate. It might have actually been in our third game yesterday on this exact map of Miramar, where they were caught between, I think it was eArena and the side of NRX at one point, who were at the top of the hill, and then they had to kind of rotate their way through that bottom flatlands area and just got caught, and it was ended up YQQ was last alive for his team at one point. But yeah, for the side of from the future, definitely want to see a little bit more of a aggressive standpoint out of them, because that's the problem with the chicken dinner rule, right, Imperium? Because you've already got the first win, you can sometimes sit back, try and play a little bit too passively, and almost, you know, kind of throw yourself the competition, because you're kind of banking on the people around you with less kills not to win a game.
So in terms of, like, it can get a little bit too comfortable?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, because I feel like, you know, especially if you're the side of like SGD right now, right? They've got 21 frags or kills, should I say? They've already got a win on the board. You know, if they sit back too passively, they don't try and pick up any more wins, it's going to be one of those situations where we might be getting towards like the last few days of the competition. Things are quite tight across the board, and well, you know, the teams that are at the top, they don't win a game for say 2 days, and all of a sudden the teams under them are winning games left, right, and center. They've all of a sudden dropped further down the leaderboards.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point you make, right? That's a really good point. You don't want to be too comfortable. I would definitely, to an extent, say that a lot of these teams are experienced enough to know that they can't get too comfortable. You alluded to them playing quite a few tournaments at this stage where the chicken dinner rule is in place, and so they should be familiar with that. The one good thing on the opposite end that having a chicken dinner does is it allows you to test new things, to push yourself a little bit more as a team, because you know that you do have that chicken dinner in your back pocket that you can, to an extent, rely on.
Yeah, it's all if buts and maybes and swings and roundabouts, right? It can work both ways, and it can also work awfully wrong at the same time. But again, these players, they're experienced enough, they're talented enough to know that they can't get too overconfident, or at least I hope so anyway. And this is one team yesterday that at points looked decently well, but unfortunately didn't do as much as we kind of expected them to. But again, sitting around that sort of middle of the pack at the moment, around that 10th to 15th spot, the squad of Team Extraordinaire, I think they're sitting at currently 14 or 15 kills. And this is a team here again who they've definitely got what it takes in them, Imperium, to find some chicken dinners. Is there anything you saw in their gameplay yesterday that sort of either impressed you or didn't?
It was pretty kind of by the book to an extent. I felt like their ability to set themselves up positionally was quite beneficial. At times, they got into some unnecessary 1v1s, I feel, especially in towards the mid parts of the game where they would lose a player here, lose a player there. But that's something hopefully that they can, of course, look to improve on in today's matches. We haven't really had much of a chance to talk about this Phase 1 circle. It was quite heavily up north, so compared to yesterday's first Miramar game, it's very, very different. You have El Azahar in play, you even have Towards Campo Militar, Torre Armada, Cruzaval. All of those areas of the map is very much open for the taking and controlling. And, you know, like we talk about with Miramar, John, grabbing hold of that high ground as a bit of a spread is so important in these Miramar games.
Yeah, natural terrain, definitely something you want to look out for as a team to try and grab yourself the upper advantage. And, well, I thought, you know, you just made a great point. We saw it you know, in abundance in the 2 games yesterday. I mean, I mentioned that one player, I think it was YQQ from the side of from the future, who got stuck down towards the bottom of of one of these rocky cliff sort of mountain ridge areas and just got absolutely beamed from all sides of the field, and it was just unfortunate for him. So definitely towards the later stages of the game and when those phase start moving in. But speaking of moving in, the squad of Made in Thailand, have they caught one player from the side of DXG, maybe just slightly too separated from his sides?
Division X, they do have that spread. So what Myth do know, what they don't know is that the players from Division X could have those off angles. However, working and moving as a unit could be very beneficial for Myth grabbing that initial kill. And even if one of the players get knocked, the revive will be able to be executed.
Yeah, hopefully, indeed. And well, this is one team on your screens right now. We mentioned that we're very much excited to see going into the later stages of the competition. The squad of the Expendables. June, one player in particular that really impressed us yesterday. I think there was a situation where he was in the last man standing for his team and he ended up finding 2 or 3 frags and did the damage onto the likes of Team Fury. But in terms of kills, I think we did see that player from Division X be knocked from Jacob, and it was actually a full kill as well.
Yeah, straight up confirmed. Nothing Division X can do about that. That is the one risk of having a pretty big spread in the early parts of the game, is that if, I don't want to say unusually, but if a team rocks up in a similar passing line as one of the players, that kill can come through. While Bao Nam, the current top fragger of the lobby, is going to get taken out by Myth. They pick up one, they pick up another. That's good play from Myth.
Yeah, great play indeed. I think they positioned themselves fantastically well thus far at the start of this game. Not only are they using the natural terrain, like I said, around them, but they've got those vehicles. I think they've got 3 vehicles to work with as well, if I'm correct. And well, the side of Made in Thailand, they're probably a little bit disappointed with their performance yesterday. 13 kills on the board thus far, but looking to try and grab that chicken dinner as well. And what a better way in terms of confidence to start your game off. They're not only taking out one of the players in the best team in the game, but the standout player within the game of the competition so far in Zest. So for the side of Bao Nam, they've got a little bit of work to do here, losing their top fragger.
Yeah, but like we pointed out, Simon T hasn't been shy of grabbing a couple of kills himself. 8 in the 4 games. That's an average of 2 per game. Not too bad for an individual player. Doug He's rocking the Mini 14. Now, one attachment that he has on it that is, I think, a little bit underrated to an extent is the suppressor attachment. I think in Miramar, in especially the early parts of the game, if you have a big spread as a team, it can really work in your favor, because those shots might to an extent be heard, but they're not going to be absolutely pinpoint for the teams around you. So I think rocking the suppressor and the likes of the Mini 14 in Miramar can be very beneficial.
Yeah, I agree. I think especially as the game moves towards the later stages as well, and locations don't want to be revealed as easily, having a suppressor on a gun like the Mini 14 can definitely work into your favor. The team of DK Esports, a team that were looking good at times yesterday. They did, of course, grab themselves a chicken. Did they grab themselves a chicken dinner yesterday? I'm not 100% sure. I think I might have been confused with a different team name for a second there. But they were a team that at times looked like they could do a lot of work, but the recurring theme that we saw from them in the games from yesterday was they were always left in like the 1v2s or the 2v-whatevers. They only had 1 or 2 players left towards the final phases of the game, and in a game like PUBG, strength in numbers most definitely can prove dividend.
Phase 2 has popped up. Bao Nam, their top fragger, out of this match. Still Simon T, Goddess, and Young Boy. Phase 2 has gone definitely more down south, so it has kind of evened what was a very harsh northern phase 1, but it's stuck also to the east. So we're seeing that kind of Campo Militar, Torrealmada region, like I said, continuing to be really put into the fold, into the mix. And the one thing I will say is that despite these teams being very experienced with Miramar, this area of the map definitely isn't played as much in the kind of mid to late stages of the game as these teams would expect. So it can throw a couple off guard on what are really the best positions to hold.
Yeah, I think the players and teams would definitely have preferred it if it started to center slightly more further towards the southwestern side of the phase, but we'll have to wait and see how things play out. As you can see already, though, Imperium, a lot of teams setting up for that early rotation and trying to get their way pretty much towards the top northeastern side of this map. And look at this here, there's like, what, 4 if not 5 teams all within the same sort of eye line of sight, and the squad of Fury, well, speaking of line of sight, they've got the sight of SGD in their way, and it's 2 players. It is going to be a knock onto Teddy, and Ronan's there to clean up the 2 kills eventually, but that's going to reveal his location, unfortunately. And all of a sudden, we're starting to see a little bit of action here, and it's only phase 2.
Ronan with the car 98 and the help of the rest of his team might be looking to pull out that knock, and the current leaders of the pack, ShuaiGeDui, are eliminated in 16th place. The volatility that we see from them is continuing on, despite them coming out absolutely massive in the last game of yesterday. They really need to improve a level of consistency as Made in Thailand pushing on in. That's going to be NRX taken down.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm extremely impressed with the squad of Made in Thailand now. You cannot, you can't really fault what they've done right now. I think that what they've done there is they saw the side of NRX, tried to make a bit of a play towards where they was trying to set up over towards this sort of compoundy area, and well, they're not afraid to take head-to-head gunfights, and we saw that early on when they just kind of pushed and singled out that solo player from DXG, and well, the squad of Made in Thailand already a lot better performance in this game number 1 of game 2 than what we saw yesterday. A lot more kills in that kill column to work with, and well, they look like a completely different team from what we saw yesterday, to be totally honest with you.
Well, let's be straight up honest, they were lackluster. They were definitely not underperforming in yesterday's games, and that's harsh to say, but it's the truth. Speaking to Rick about what this team has been able to bring on board in terms of roster changes and how dangerous they can look, it was lackluster. They only had 11 kills in yesterday's games. Were they already on 6 in this game 1 alone? So yeah, definitely a much better team. But phase 3 has popped up, shifted back over to the west, but it stayed up north. The open barren lands of the northern side of the map firmly into the mix. There's not really that kind of volatile hillside that you're able to control. It is just that kind of smoother little dips and crevices, and it's incredibly difficult to enter into a solid area of this circle if you're outside.
Yeah, and the squad of Bao Nam United, they're down to 1 remaining player. It's their IGL Simon, as I think I saw the team of Made in Thailand pick up another few kills, but unfortunately for them, a little bit too aggressive, as it was Psycho and Broken Hearts from the side of FTF and DK combining for a knock, and unfortunately I think it was Broken Hearts who just stole that kill confirmation finally through. But well, you look at the squad of Bao Nam United, we mentioned that they got to come into this and try and find a bit more of a better standpoint. They're looking in absolute shambles right now with 1 remaining player in Simon T, and what, we're only just gone into phase 3.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the circle shifts massively away. It's in that unusual area, and like I said, with the teams that are outside the circle, they tried to go for a little bit of a Hail Mary full send-up, but the 2 to 3 teams that are already solidified in the circle, like Myth, like DK, like From the Future, they're waiting. They're chomping at the bit to get those shots off of the teams around them. So we'll play to all of these teams, but now it's going to be the Expendables feeling the brunt of From the Future as Icaro steps onto the plate and grabs a knock.
Yeah, but one thing we know about Team Extraordinaire is they're not afraid to fight fire with fire, but sometimes if you do that, well, you can get burnt, as we do see, though, kill traded back from now, as Hikaru is gonna fall after finding that initial knock on it to Trick. So I think that revive might come through potentially, but Hell in an awful spot. Luckily for him, has got the smokes to work with as well, so he'll live to see another day at least. And Killer from the side of Colony is gonna spot pretty much the whole squad of eArena trying to make way over towards their vehicle, and this right here has been again one of those games where all of a sudden it's just exploded into action after somewhat of a slow start. But for the side of Colony, I think you want to be showing a little bit more respect to the side of eArena than what you're doing right now, especially Killer, who's trying to fight 4 players at once, and the squad of eArena, all of them, they can rip your head off within a second.
However, both the Arena and Colony, they're not in the most comfortable of positions. They've opted to both go for that kind of northern side of the circle, which there's a road right in front, so it's a big risk you're committing to that northern side. And luckily for the time being in this Phase 4 shift, it stayed on towards that northern side. But it's a matter of now who can take each other out first across the board, while Fury picks up a couple of shots on towards Team Extraordinaire. Yakiki, absolutely on point. He's on 0 kills so far. Ronan's on 2 in total for the team.
Yeah, the squad of Fury, they're in a good spot as all 4 players are still alive. Are slightly split though, as we do know they like to play that heavy split across the map to try and gain as much control over all angles as possible. We saw it a few times yesterday, but there's only a 3-to-1 split really here, as it is that lone player Yakika who's trying to get that information upon the rotation. As well, for the squad of Team Extraordinaire, it's all up to Papichulo, as he has got Broken Hearts locked down in his sights within the blue, finds the frag, but guess what? As soon as he hops in this car, he's got to try and get himself out of the way of danger. That is Team Fury. Killer still being the thorn in the back of eArena right now, as we mentioned. I mean, you mentioned in particular, a great point you made is they're not in the best of spots right now, but for the side of eArena, it looks like they're just trying to edge slightly further back and get a little bit more of natural cover to work with.
PMA, they're holding on to a compound that's very nicely on towards the southern edge of the circle. Shots being fired up by Botany. They are still continuing on as a full squad, of course, which is even more important. They have Fury behind them. The spread from Fury is going to be important. You've seen the members of the Expendables pushing across the road. There's a little bit of a dip, a bit of cover, but you can see the nades from Botany flying high.
Jacob, the squad of Made in Thailand. Oh, nearly gets turned and burned on by the player from DXG. Luckily, though, Jacob just has what it takes to finish that kill off. And I think the squad of DXG, well, they're left down to 1 remaining player as Logfi gets knocked as well. And, well, that's going to be an unfortunate situation for them, but an even better one for the side of Made in Thailand. There's 9 kills already on the board here in Imperium in this game. They are coming here in day number 2, and they want to play.
Oh, yes, indeed. They want to play. And, yeah, okay, they've lost 1 player, but with still 3 holding down strong. They've put themselves firmly in a position of closing out and controlling this game. Being on the western side on this kind of circle at this stage of the game is incredibly valuable, because it gives a lot more of an exit potential depending on the next shift. If it goes up north, he can play up towards the northwest. If he even goes to the east, he can still push through the northwest onto the north and into the eastern side of the circle. And we do see that shift centering up quite nicely, where Colony are looking absolutely fantastic. However, if Myth don't get rid of DK, their position inside this next phase is incredibly volatile.
Yeah, but you mentioned they got to get rid of them, and it looks like they're going to potentially do just that. They do lose 1 in the process. Going to be Thanawo, who falls unfortunately, but Jacob, this is a man on a mission right here, tagging up shots left and right, down to 20 HP, doesn't even care, as he's going to continue to challenge the gunfight, but unfortunately is going to fall, and those remaining players from Made in Thailand, they're going to bow out here in 11th spot, but a huge game for them, Imperium, in terms of the frag department. I think I counted, 13, potentially even 14 frags on the boards for them in that. So going into the later stage of the competition, they find a few chicken dinners, and they're most definitely looking in a good standpoint. But 10 remaining teams here now, 33 players alive, as we see Sapnik pick up 1 for the side of eArena.
Why?
And Astro Boy, that's just a rookie error to make, and I think that's just been sort of the story for the squad of BBA at the moment.
Oh, you're as a full squad. Why push solo, right? At least kind of go 2-2. There's no need for you to open the door like that. And it's actually the 2 teams that are in the bottom of the standings, Kingslayers and Bhadboyz Alliance. The confirmation comes through onto Astro Boy. There's no real responses. Another knock is laid out this time by Jagger onto Petra. And now to push in for Kingslayer, using the Grozer to finish things off. And there's nothing Bhadboyz Alliance can really do.
Yeah, they were kind of isolated. You had 1-on-1 player. It was Astro Boy. He tried to make the aggressive play, but instantly gets knocked and finished off. But for the side of Kingslayer, it's all fallen apart from them as well.
Oh, what?
All of a sudden, we've seen a third party, I think, come through from the side of Fury, and it is as Fury come in, they clean sweep, and they annihilate the side of Kingslayer, and well, immediately their attention draws straight to that lone player, which was from the squad of Bhadboyz Alliance. He falls as well. And well, the side of Fury, they've played that third party fantastically.
The timing impeccable from the Australian side. Going to be playing in the upcoming PUBG Mobile, PUBG Global Championship, should I say, PGC in South Korea, currently quarantining at the moment. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. But I gotta say, impressed with Kingslayer. They could have focused a lot more on the Bhadboyz Alliance before looking kind of into the circle deeper where they ended up getting third party. But again, still impressed. They did something.
Yeah, the squad of PMA right now not looking in the best of situations. It's only Akan DKS left alive, and there's one team you probably don't want to be trying to fight in a 4 versus 1, and that's going to be the side or Team Expendables. I say 4 versus 1. There's only 3 remaining players. It's nothing too much to worry about for them, though. It's only June who has fallen. Textado doing a little bit of damage to the colony on the other side of things, as we're starting to enter towards those stages where Phase 7 will start to hit. And well, if you're looking across the board, eArena right now looking in a great spot. I think all 4 players still alive. You've got Fury with 3. We're in for a very, very interesting affair here when we move into these final sort of zones and phases, because, you know, any of these teams, you look at eArena, you look at Fury, even the squad of Team Expendables, they pick up a chicken dinner here and they skyrocket themselves into first place.
Yeah, but look at Team BLISS. They're holding out Fury on the eastern edge of the circle. Now the Expendables pushing in on the colony is very important for that south edge control.
Yeah, south edge control, vital indeed. Oh, Namsi, I thought he was going to take a few shots there. Is it going to come back to haunt him? It doesn't matter, because I think Levis was behind him and finds those shots, and I think, yeah, he just turned around to acknowledge that. Say, thank you, mate. I appreciate you keeping me alive for a little bit longer. As the squad of Colony, they're going to drop down to their 2 remaining players. I think they might be able to get the revive off just in the nick of time, but look at the squad of the Expendables. Oh, yeah. PMA are in a great spot. They've got the freest kills of their life, and it's going to be heartbreak for the side of Team Expendables. As PMA, they're good for free. Finally, Akan DKS, they come to play and show up all in the nick of time as well. That's great for the side of Colony, because that's going to allow them to probably back up and pick up the revive onto their teammate Calbs. And well, eArena right now, they're holding Fury and holding them hard, as Team Bliss are there as well to help them out. Flood, Insight are gonna fall. Fury fall. We're down to our top 4.
Oh, I feel so bad for Team Expendables. I just have to point out, but credit where it's due, the PMA with the backstab. And as you correctly pointed out, this is beautiful for eArena, being able to make it across the road, gatekeeping Fury, eliminating them. They only have 2 kills in this game, but off the back of what was some very good performances in yesterday, getting that chicken dinner, they're my pick. I want to see them close it out, but another Australian side are ready to stop them in their tracks. Team Bliss looking good in the late game.
Yeah, Team Bliss got some fantastic positioning as well. They've got a lot of natural cover and terrain to work with, and they could really be, depending on which way the phase decides to start, pulling a little bit of a sort of for the side of the arena.
But they do have 3 vehicles to play with. That's one thing that Team Bliss has over every other team. They have vehicles that they can use.
Not only that, so exactly, they're pretty much good to say, even if no matter where the phase pulls, we've got the vehicles to rotate with. It doesn't matter if we lose the vehicles towards these final stages of the game. But there we go. There's the pull, and it looks like the phase is going to start to move over towards the side of Team Bliss. But luckily, though, for the side of eArena, they're not too far off it themselves. But that's probably a bit of a nightmare pull for the side of PMA, and maybe even the likes of Colony as well. PMA, they've got to try and do a little bit of damage to the side of Team Bliss and force the hand in the engagement. But when you force the hand, sometimes you get tagged, and that's exactly what happens, as Pete's going to fall down to 30 odd HP. And well, now for these teams, it's going to really be down to who makes these rotations better and at the better time. And for the side of Colony, looks like they want to get things moving a little bit slightly earlier than later.
They're pinched. They're pinched in between PMA. They're pinched in between Esports Arena. And I gotta say, for a duo, PMA are puffing up their chests massively, taking shots at Team Bliss, taking shots at Colony. They are kind of roaring and going, it doesn't matter for a duo. We're outside the circle. We are going to look to force our way inside there. But unfortunately, they bit off more than they can chew. Killer with the double kill. PMA are out of here.
Yeah, I think that was vital that they tried to force that engagement and deal with the side of PMA as quickly as possible, because we already saw the squad of PMA do the late push and backstab onto the side of the Expendables, and I think the side of Colony, well, they've learned from where their competitions may have made mistakes, and a vital kill for them. But for the side of eArena, they've got a vehicle to work with, but guess what? They're driving straight towards Textile, and Textile does nothing but hit headshots as he falls. And it's going to be Sissy who falls, unfortunately, to Textile. And now for the squad of the Arena, they've got a little bit more work to do. They've still got to try and deal with the side of Colony as well. But not only that, Bliss are in such a fantastic spot here. They've got a heavy height advantage over these two teams. There's a lot of open ground to work with. And if you're the side of Team Bliss, you're just saying, let's be patient, stay calm, cool and collected. Pick the players off, but it doesn't matter. Sapnix finds one, and Let's there to trade the kill, however, so we might see Killer actually be revived in the nick of time. The blue's starting to move its way in. All of a sudden, Lyrics is there to find some shots. Lyrics finds a beamer of a shot onto Alec as he drops. The squad of eArena, the duo, KM9 and Lyrics, they're not out of things just yet.
I love that from eArena. They kept one on that side. They held two on towards the other. Yes, they lost one, but it's the best that they could have pulled up. But at the end of the day, Team Bliss are looking at this going, okay, Colony, eArena, you take each other out, we'll come in. And Team Bliss are looking to be the first team to grab 2 chicken dinners in the AOC Masters Tournament Finals.
Yeah, they're looking absolutely fantastic, and they're not done just yet, though. They still have 3 other players to deal with, 1 from Colony and 2 from the sides of eArena, and with Lyrics and KM99 shooting the way they are, it would not surprise me if we see maybe another turn in the tide and a little bit of late drama here. And we're only in match number 1 of day 2, but for the side of Team Bliss, you gotta be saying, this is our chance, boys. All we gotta do is make sure we make no mistakes. And well, Colony, the solo player from them, Calbs, he's gonna be an absolute nightmare for the side of eArena here. They're trying to find some way out. They can't. They are gonna take out one of the vehicles as well. But for the side of Team Bliss here, Imperium, it's almost a when is it going to happen more so than an if, as they're starting to close that gap and they want to end things now.
eArena, they're still holding on as a duo. They have to move in. Vehicles up in smokes and flames beside them. Lots of angles by Team Bliss. Connections onto eArena, just suppressing them even more. And like you said, it's a matter of when, not if.
Yeah, huge performance out of Team Bliss, and it looks like they're going to become the first team to win 2 games. But, well, I'm not too sure if that's actually a good thing for the side of eArena that they found that frag or not. It's good in terms of getting the extra kill point, but it's then pretty much allowed Team Bliss to only have to focus these 2 players. They don't have to worry about potentially getting shot in the back from that lurking solo player of the squad of Colony. I mean, for KM9 and Lyrics, what are you saying to yourself? You're in an impossible situation, not a lot of wiggle room to work. If you've got the 4 players from Team Bliss hunting and trying to fire these bullets down your throats, the nade comes through, that's going to be pretty much it. As Lyrics falls to the blue, it's all up to KM9. It doesn't matter as he dies as well. And Team Bliss Imperium are going to be the first team here in the AOC Masters to win 2 games and 2 chicken dinners. They're looking good at top spot.
They're looking happy as well. They're delighted with that win across the board, and it was deserved overall. Yes, okay, those circles ended up being quite unusual, shifting continually towards that kind of northeast, and yeah, okay, that shift that kind of headed in their direction where they didn't have to move their vehicles was great, but they didn't take it for granted. The second PMA were taken out, you saw 2 players of Team Bliss start to rotate towards that kind of southern southwestern edge of the phase 7 phase 8, and Colony, they made the Hail Mary play towards the northwest. They had 1 player knocked, but there's nothing they could really do because eArena and Team Bliss were firing at them, and in the end the Australian side closed it out comfortably, and as he said, first team to get 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, huge performance from them. It's going to do the world of good of confidence, to say the least. And you got to say, yeah, huge props to Team Bliss on reading the rotations and the way that the zone, or the blue, sorry, and the phases started to edge towards. And I mean, this is the sort of first team wipe we saw in the game, as it was Fury taking out the side of SGD. But one team I'm impressed with, though, is this squad on our screens for the highlights right now. Made in Thailand. They started this game very, very well, and I was very impressed. I think they'll be disappointed that they didn't go further than they did in this one.
Yes and no. Yes, they'll definitely, of course, be to an extent disappointed. But I think that was very much about them regaining their confidence off the back of a poor day, right? That's very much about them kind of saying to themselves, hey, we can be aggressive. We can get the job done. We can work and get squad wipes and get kills as a team, right? So as much as, yeah, okay, not getting to the late game can hurt them, I think it was more important that they had this kind of game in their back pockets for the first match of the day. But I continue to be impressed by Colony. I continue to be both impressed and feel a little bit sorry for eArena, because those two teams just continue to kind of get to the later stages of the game, play intelligent PUBG gameplay. They're just not able to close it out.
I think that's... you know what, I hate to say it, Imperium, but I think you might have cursed the squad of eArena here in terms of the casters pick. I'm sorry to say it, my friend. I'm sorry to say it, but it happens all the time to us casters. We find the pick, but I think that's 3 games now for the side of eArena where the final phases have just not seemed to pull their way. And unfortunately, they've tried to rotate as quickly as possible and get themselves set up, but they always find 1 or 2 teams. This time, of course, it was the side of Team Bliss, just in a slightly better positional standpoint from them. And that all comes down, though, I don't think it comes down to really anything eArena can do. It's just more so the fact that Team Bliss have played the rotation and played the phases perfectly, and also they got a little bit of luck on their side in terms of the way that it's pulled.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, I don't think it's anything that when I say can't close out the games, I don't mean that about like them not able to, just that unfortunate circle look not in their favor. But Team Bliss, like, could they be feeling any more comfortable right now? And the invited team, one of the 2 invited teams from the Oceanic region, coming in, grabbing 2 chicken dinners in the first 5 matches. Yes, okay, it's only 15 kills, right? So I would like them to get a little bit more aggressive. But at the end of the day, the format says you get the chicken dinners, you're winning. And they are winning their first happy days. Yeah,
I think, you know, it's... judging off of what I've seen from Bliss, and I'm not too sure if you agree with this, Imperium, they seem to be, like I think you mentioned it a second ago, they're a very intelligent and smart team when they play. And they like to play off of, you know, split-second decisions that their IGL seems to call. And they all listen and communicate well as a team from what it looks like. And I think a team like Bliss, you're saying to yourself, okay, let's look at the side of eArena. Let's look at the side of Bao Nam United. They've got 30, it's nearly close to 40 kills one of those 2 teams have.
Yeah.
But they've not won a game. They've dropped out at 10th spot, 9th spot. Okay, we've seen eArena finish 2nd or 3rd 3 times, but they're not getting over that final hurdle. They're not reaching that final stage of picking up a dub. And for the side of Bliss, they're saying, look, we'll let you guys do the work and killing half of the lobby. We'll find the final 3 or 4 kills in the final phase, and then we'll pick up the chicken dinner. That suits us perfectly, and it's working for them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Bao Nam coming into today's games have had nearly 8 kills per game, right? 7.75 kills per game. That's great, but if you're not able to execute it with a chicken dinner in this format, it's a no-go. You're hitting that kind of metaphorical brick wall that's in front of you. And Team Bliss are indeed doing what you said. They're just going, yeah, okay, you do the hard work. We'll clean it up. We'll get all the glory. We'll take the prize money home, the AOC monitor home. Happy days, job done. But you know what? It was tricky in terms of circles, so I have to give a lot of credit on how a good few of the teams dealt with those shifts. It's an unusual area for the game to end on, but that's what makes PUBG so much more interesting, because sometimes you just don't know where the circles are going to go.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see where the next circle goes in match number 6 or match number 2 here on day 2. It's a little bit confusing for me, let alone you guys, trust me. But we are going to take a short break. But when we are back, me and Imperium, we're heading to ERANGEL. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, welcome back to day 2 here at the AOC Masters Tournament 2021. I'm John P, joined by Imperium. We've just seen a absolutely crazy match number 5 there on Miramar, and you know what, that is probably the best start we could have asked for in terms of day 2. I really hope these teams, Imperium, keep up the way they played in match number 5. We're heading to ERANGEL now, which is a little bit different in terms of play style. But let's talk through match 5 slightly, and what impressed you the most in match 5.
What impressed me the most was eArena and Colony, being perfectly honest, just in how eArena were able to use that western side on their rotations to then move and sweep through the kind of north, and then not to commit to the northern side of the circle in the later stages of the game. And similar with Colony, at one point they were on that northern side of the rope, then they moved down to the west and they were able to hold the west. It was just those kind of spreads that were so good for me. And then outside of that, Myth made in Thailand, really kind of showing that aggression that they really were not showing yesterday. To me, that was a big improvement in today's first match.
Yeah, I think you made a great point in terms of Made in Thailand. If they can try and continue that aggressive stature going through into the next 3 matches we see today, hopefully they can pick up that chicken dinner. But one team that I'm a little bit, I don't want to say concerned about, because they are probably one of the best teams in the competition, but my pick, Bao Nam United, had a bit of a horror start to today's games in match 5. They got pretty much instantly wiped out. I think they were like the 13th team to, like, they finished 13th or 14th. I think in that game it was Simon T, their IGL, left alive alone for the majority of the time. But I mean, if you're Bao Nam, what are you kind of saying to yourself to say, like, how have we not? We've got 30 kills. How have we not won a game yet?
Yeah, especially for a team that's going to be competing in the upcoming PUBG Global Championship. It's important that, like I said yesterday in talking about them and how they should be playing in this regional finals, it's not about them necessarily winning it, but it is about them being in the mentality of having to play these games as if it is the PGS, because in that first week, when you're talking about qualifying for the weekly finals moving forward into the PGS, you need to close out a game, you need to grab a chicken dinner. And now in a lobby that is, with all due respect to them, not as heavily stacked as we'll see in the PGS, they should be closing out games. Now, whether that's intentional or not, they know more than me. But in my eyes, they should be training and getting those chicken dinners in this tournament, right? That's going to be a really good test for them.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to, say, look, let's not try and win too many games going into the final few days and see if we've got that clutch factor about us to win games when it matters. It's definitely a conversation topic you could have, but let's talk a little bit about the leaderboards and how things look going into match number 6 on ERANGEL. And, well, Team BLISS taking their second chicken dinner of the week thus far. Although they've only got 15 kills, they're looking very, very good in terms of seeing out games, and they're a team that always seems to float around the end game as well, Imperium. So the team of BLISS, they must be very, very impressed with how things have gone so far.
Yeah, they're going to be delighted. The 15 kills is obviously not the most comfortable, because if ShuaiGeDui or From the Future or grab another chicken dinner, that's going to obviously see them fall down from that first place. So I would like to see Team BLISS grab a couple more aggressive kills, a couple more aggressive team fights in their play. Oh, and even if you're looking at the likes of Bao Nam, eArena, Fury, all the way down to freaking 14th, and I'm even going to put King Slayer in there. Jay, grab one chicken dinner, boom, they are shot right into the top 3.
Yeah, it's why do you know what? I know a lot of people give it some stick, but the chicken dinner, it does really add an intrigue and affair into any PUBG event. I mean, it's one of those things where you look at. Let's talk about the Expendables as well. Obviously, they got team wiped from a duo of PMA, right? But I'm not checking their backs, and again, they're another team that have got 25 frags. They've looked like they're getting towards the end game quite often, but they just seem to can't see things out at all for some reason. I think, you know what, I don't want to be too harsh, and I don't want to like sort of flame any teams, because these teams are a lot better than me. That's why they're here. But unfortunately, it's our jobs and casters and analysts to look a little bit on the bad side at sometimes. But I think you could probably say the only team that you would say not in contention for trying to finish inside that top 4 on the prize pool is probably BMA at the moment. They just look, without sounding too harsh, they just look quite lost in terms of the way they want to play. And I mean, you made a great point in terms of, you saw the solo player, I think it was Astro Boy, running into a solo building on his own to meet 4 rifles of the side of Kingslayer. For them, I think they're probably the only team that looks, you know, sort of fixated to be towards the bottom of the leaderboards right now.
Yeah, for sure. Look, again, you do a bad thing, I can at least talk about it. And yeah, Bhadboyz Alliance, that play from Astro Boy was just silly. You have your whole team like right behind you. There's no need for it. But if they improve and build on that mistake and turn it around, yeah, I still don't think they're in a contention to be in the top 3, top 4, but they can certainly pick up a couple of extra kills and build towards a potential chicken dinner. But looking at the predictions, you can see that obviously most people have gone for the likes of Made in Thailand or ShuaiGeDui with a couple on Fury. And then, yeah, okay, Bao Nam, they're there, and I'm just on my own with eArena going, yep, cool. I'm used to being the black sheep of the family, but I'll take it.
Yeah. I don't blame you for wanting to be different though, Imperium. You know, it's always nice to try and pick the underdogs. And to be fair, I don't think they look like the underdogs at the moment, to be totally honest with you. They look fantastic, the squad of eArena. They really are putting some stellar performances on. Can they pick up those chicken dinners though? That's the questions we need to see if they have the answers to. Exactly. But right now, the Chinese Taipei casters, they seem to at least know what they're talking about in terms of SGD being towards the top of the leaderboards right now with that one chicken dinner in their locker. But I mean, I'm thinking, you know, going into, I want to say it's going to be sort of tomorrow's games or Friday's games where we're going to start to see the likes of Fury, eArena and Bao Nam United probably start to play a little bit more smart and intelligent. Not to say, I think out of those 3 teams that I mentioned, I'd probably say eArena have played the end games the smartest out of those 3 teams. We've seen I think 3 second places or 2 second places and a third, you know, let's say consistently finishing in the top 5. On a different day, the squad of eArena, they could have probably had 4 or 5 chicken dinners by now with the same amount of kills that they've got.
Yeah, I can confidently say, and it's in no way biased, I really feel like eArena's lack of chicken dinners opportunities that they've had have not been from their mistakes. I really believe it's because that kind of final circle has just kind of shifted away from them, and it's made their job so much harder. You look at the MIRAMAR game yesterday, where it shifted away from their compound and it allowed ShuaiGeDui to come in and hold on to the high ground very well, by the way, don't get me wrong. And then you look at that last game, the circle shifts over to the east. They have a bit of an entry point, but when you have Colony on that western side and you do have the whole of Team Bliss bearing down upon you, again, it was just taken away from the rug pulled from underneath them, right? It's like they've got the lottery ticket and they've got the first 4 numbers and the 5th one is the wrong number and they missed the jackpot. That kind of unfortunate look has come their way, but they certainly are capable of grabbing a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I don't think I could have given a better analogy or comparison myself, to be honest, opposed to the lottery ticket one. It really has been, and even in that last game just a minute ago we saw on Miramar where they looked so good, the zone and face started to look like it was going towards them, and then look, the curse of the commentator, I'll hold my hands up and did it. I said if it swings towards the way and starts to push its way towards the side of Bliss, you'll probably see them be a little bit more confident, and unfortunately it did do that. It allowed sort of the high rocky compound that they were sat on towards the top of the cliff edge still be slightly closer within the phase, and unfortunately eArena and Colony, I think it was PMA last alive as well, had to rotate. They did fall and die, unfortunately. But listen, if you're an eArena fan, you got to say, look, we're in a good standpoint. Our team are playing good. If you're the players, you're saying we're playing good. The calls from the IGLs, the split-second calls seem to have been the right ones. Unfortunately, like you said, I don't think it's been any mistake from the side of eArena. I really just think it's a little bit of unfortunate timing and situational play from them, and obviously just the other team just having the upper hand. But going into this next game on ERANGEL, we need to see if we're going to see the likes of SGD, and I can't remember who else it was. It might have been the Expendables that dropped Pachinki together. The team of SGD, they've already got a chicken dinner on the board, so they don't want to try and lose their standpoints and place in the standings and leaderboards by dying straight off of the plane drop. But for the side of Expendables, they're also high on frags, high on kills. They put a chicken dinner on the spot, and then they leapfrog themselves 40 odd places up into top place. So that in particular is going to be a battle off of the spawn that I'm really interested in seeing.
Well, ShuaiGeDui have not won in Pachinki yet. In the fights that we've had so far, if I'm not mistaken, it has been the Expendables that have come out on top. So I am curious if it's going to be a similar battle in this ERANGEL game. The playing path is upon us. It seems to be going from just underneath the kind of Milta Power area over towards that kind of northwestern side, I think, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's a bit more direct than I thought, but it does start from underneath Milta.
Yeah, as we see a few teams decide to drop out early, as a few players want to make their way over towards their designated drop spots, and we see DK, they're a team that really like to play a lot of split drops, especially on this map. You can see, I think it's going to be Limitless moving his way over towards Prison, and the rest of the squad from DK starting to make their way over, pass it up towards sort of that shelter area as well. I'm just taking a little look at Pachinki right now, and as we expected here, Imperium, the squad of the Expendables and SGD, well, they're dropping in hot.
Let's get this show on the road. It seems like we're going to have a good bit of entertainment once again for the first 3 to 5 minutes of this game. You can see King Sayer grabbing a bike, heading up towards the lumberyard area of the map. One of the NRX players is around that region as well, with that kind of quite southerly plane path. If you want to head up north, it will require you to grab a few vehicles along the way, but it seems like the NRX player isn't really where he wants to be right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, but well, one of the NRX players, which is going to be Namshao, is going to try and find some shots. He's not going to find anything out of it, though, and we see this a lot sometimes, right? Especially in PUBG, where people would know sort of designated vehicle spawns as well. Renek's going to fall to Jason and Kingslayer, living up to their name and finding the first. But we see it a few times where people will just be designated, you know, the people that will be like, go find us vehicles, bring it back to where we are, we'll do the looting for you, we'll make sure we've got stuff ready to go when you get back. But sometimes it can work horrendously against you, like we've seen from the side of NRX. But here we go. This is the engagement we wanted to see early on here, Imperium, between the squad of ShuaiGeDui and the team of the Expendables. We mentioned the Expendables. They seem to have had the upper advantage in the edge in the first few engagements we've seen already in this competition.
There's also a bit of an automatic disadvantage for SGD. They're only coming into this game as a 3-person team, not as a full squad. I don't know exactly what happened, but that's going to make their lives a lot harder. And I was wondering why, at least from SGD's point of view, why they seem to be playing a little bit more, I don't want to say passive, but not as heavy into this Pachinki area as we saw in yesterday's games. But being a man down right off the bat does make this fight so much harder for SGD.
Yeah, it does indeed, especially when we've already mentioned the fact that the Expendables seem to have had the upper advantage 9 times out of 10 in this engagement, and that play disadvantage is really going to come back to harm them potentially, but nothing too much happening over there. So let's jump on board with the kill leaders, not the leaderboard leaders, should I say, but the kill department is definitely run by them apparently, as Bao Nam United, and this man in particular, Zest, the top fragger in the competition thus far. They're not going to be doing too much, and it's still here. Looks like the fight and engagement we want to talk about is probably between the Expendables and SGD, but I think SGD would have kind of learned from their mistakes, right? And they number one. I think they were the aggressors usually 9 times out of 10, but this was a highlight of a play we saw in particular from the likes of June and this player here, Levis. They really like to play on top of these roofs.
Yeah, having a roof play is just so massively important. But so is that phase 1 circle. By gosh darn it. We're getting a military island finish for this first ERANGEL game of the day. Let's go, John. I love it.
Yeah, it was...
I will always say that a military island circle is like the biggest test for teams rotationally. I'm so ready for this.
Well, just look at the side of Team Bliss. They know just that, and they're already sat waiting on the bridge, and it's going to be the side of Team Extraordinaire who's just running into the firing squad, and the firing squad is seen as Bryn Monty finds a few kills, and oh, I absolutely love it, Imperium. We're already seeing the bridge camping from either side. The rotation tries to come into play, and well, we'll see you later, Team Extraordinaire. There's nothing extraordinary about this. This is just how you play a military zone. As this is going to be a very interesting affair we see.
Why extraordinary? I get that you're kind of 5 minutes in, but honestly, even that's too late to go for an early rotation. If you want to go in vehicles, honestly, you need to go within the first 2 minutes, right? You need to literally grab the first gun you see, grab the first vehicle you can, and move in as a team. But even then, at this stage, they should have stopped, scouted, moved in. You couldn't ask for an easier 3 kills for Team Bliss. Now, okay, Trick has at least traded to an extent, but down he goes. Team Extraordinaire eliminated, and that's 4 kills for Team Bliss.
Yeah, Team Bliss, they're in a great spot now because not only are they currently leading the way in terms of chicken dinners, those 3 kills are going to be huge in terms of the kill department for them as well in the later stages of the competition. So we mentioned that the 15 kills, we wanted to see them play a little bit more aggressive. They must have been listening to the stream here, Imperium, as well. They've just camped out towards the bridge and found the easiest team wipe of their lives. And we've actually seen, though, SGD, I do believe they've tied things up in terms of the player disadvantage over towards the side of Team Expendables, as one player has been eliminated and one player has been knocked as well. So I mean, for the team of Bliss right now, they're looking very good here. If they get the loot that they want as quickly as possible and the resources, they could make this a monster of a game to just really kind of catapult their way and stay at the top of the leaderboard.
But that's why I say that military island circle is the biggest test for teams rotationally, because you have the 2 bridges, but it's so hard to pull off a bridge rotation in that kind of phase 1, right? That is so centralized on the island as the Expendables are eliminated. Fair play to SGD, I'll talk about it as I continue on with my point. Because that phase 1 is so central on the 2 bridges, it makes holding onto those bridges a lot easier. If it had been predominantly to the western side of the military island for phase 1, the eastern bridge is a lot more acceptable. Vice versa. If you're looking for a rotation to military island, you got to think of a botation.
Yeah, as well, it's going to be up to Sapnix to try and stop that rotation of the vehicles of PMA, and well, he's going to be tagged a little bit of health. But, I mean, it doesn't surprise me here. We do see the squad of PMA. I think a few of them actually tried to reposition underneath the bottom of the bridge as well, as they're just trying to edge their way up. But the squad of eArena right now and the team of Bliss, they could really, really do a lot of damage to these teams that are going to start to rotate. But it's all whether or not, though, they find... In these bridge engagements here, I find particularly Imperium that the first frag or knock is so important. That if you find the first frag, if you're the team defending the bridge, it kind of makes your jobs a little bit easier, right? But if you're the attacking side and you find the first few knocks, you can then start to collapse your way and push aggressively up the bridge and try and take that standpoint. And I think that's what we're trying to see PMA do here. And already you can see they're making a lot of progress trying to make their way across this bridge.
And in a recent update, the side paths of the bridge were recently introduced, and that allows that kind of bridge crossing to become just a little bit more accessible. And you can see that PMA are pulling out a much cleaner initial entry point into the island compared to the Expendables. But let's be fair, what looks good now can become very scary in a matter of minutes if another team comes behind them, right? So PMA need to still be thinking one step ahead in terms of, wait, we're good now, but if we don't create that opening knock, if we don't create that opening push and get solidified across that bridge, we could get massively backstabbed.
Yeah, not only that, that would then just play into the favour of eArena as well, who we've already mentioned are really fragging out, and they're trying to find their first chicken dinner, and it could be just more kills and an easy cleanup crew type of job for them. But, I mean, you got to say right now, the two teams probably in the driving seat in terms of most comfortable position is the squad of Team Bliss and eArena. And well, for the squad of Bao Nam United, it'll be interesting to see how they go about making these rotations into the zone. They're a team that do very much like taking as many engagements as possible, so they would be a team that probably favours taking them sort of head-to-head engagements on the bridge slightly more so than others. But you don't want to leave it too late here, because you mentioned what we're now 10 minutes into this game. Sometimes when a phase pulls this heavily over towards military, leaving 4 or 5 minutes into a game is too late, let alone trying to do it when it's at like the 10 or 15 minute mark.
Yeah, for sure. Bhadboyz Alliance have made a clean rotation on towards that southeastern side of the military island, holding on to the coastal position just outside Novo. And it's also more than coincidental that Kingslayers are the team that are with them close by inside Novo. But there's a solid exit point for Kingslayers to move with those vehicles. Oh my god, am I speaking too soon? That phase 2 shift massively up north now has a good 15% of the mainland, a good 20% of the circle, and the rest is military island. That will throw a massive spanner in the works for teams thinking or had thought about committing to the military island.
Yeah, I think that might have just been the saving grace for a few of these sides here, but there's no saving grace for the side of Made in Thailand, as the squad of PMA have got other ideas on find a few frags. I love this. I love it, though. I love it. I love the patience. I love the patience here from Wami.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Wami, you got to be hitting those, my friends. His position's going to be in location revealed. It's probably one of the freest kills you would have got, but it doesn't matter as well. One of his teammates are there to find the headshot onto Limiter. So I think it was that player driving out of the vehicle as well. So nice shots on him, but Kingslayer look like they want to try and collapse onto this bridge and try and find the frags onto DK.
Yeah, bridge camp on phase 2 is always a lot more, not only challenging, but just risky at the end of the day. But now Kingslayers, they're pushing in a big push. Another knock into my boy. That is Kingslayers rocking it up.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot there from Kingslayer. They understood that they had a knock. The two players were... Well, sorry, the 4 players, should I say, from the team of DK were slightly split. They saw one player make the rotation over towards this collection of buildings to try and find the res. And, well, the collapse in on to the building with the rush in the vehicle just gives them pretty much a free frag onto my boy. And, well, Limitless and him are going to be sitting things out here in the remaining stages of game number 6. And for the side of Kingslayer, though, a little bit more momentum built and needed momentum at that as, well, the side of Made in Thailand want to try and answer back to some of those early frags we saw from PMA.
Yeah, PMA did get the 2 kills on the Rogue and Jacob, so Thanawad and Escalucia, the 2 players left off 4 myths, still in that military island position. You can see in the kill feed, Kingslayer is getting a knock on the Zest as they look to camp them up on towards the eastern side of this military island. The late rotation from Bao Nam, considering that phase 2 went so far up north, I'm a little bit surprised that Bao Nam took the risk of that rotation onto Military Island. In my eyes, staying on the coastal line of the mainland, but just outside Milta, would be just as good as going for a risky bridge rotation in this phase 2. Honestly, that kind of has bamboozled me a little bit, John. For a team that's so experienced playing in the upcoming PGC, I was not expecting that.
Well, they rolled the dice. Starts with the devil, and the odds were very much against them now. Was kind of groovy this phase 2 as well. It's still quite early to try and commit to that full rotation, especially with how far that next phase shifted up towards the northern side of the military base as well. But, well, for the side of Made in Thailand, they do find the knock, but the rest comes through, and it's again Zest, that key ingredient, the final bit of the recipe for the side of Bao Nam, who's dropped, and I think we saw the side of Team BLISS find a frag as well.
We haven't seen the actual circle shift, but I do see that the line has definitely gone north from where it was in the military island. There's still that island in play, but I have a massive fear, John, that we're looking at a big yeet to the mainland of this ERANGEL map as Insight of Fury finds the insight to get the knock on the Bhadboyz Alliance and just to run them over to seal the deal to add the damage even further. But Astro Boy down to 7th health in towards the blue, gets another knock on the Fury. Can he get first aid off? No, he can't, because he's knocked down just like that.
Yeah, Ronin's going to clean that up after, well, we mentioned the side of Bhadboyz Alliance. They were a team that was struggling and continue to struggle indeed, as it's down to their solo remaining player for them, as he's just going to try and get in that vehicle and off towards the zone as quickly as possible. And but we can see where this zone started to shift off towards, and it is going to be the northwestern side past this military base. And well, for the squads here, they're going to catch a few fishies going swimming apparently.
Should I just like stop talking? Phase 1 popped up and I'm like, yeah, we're looking at a military island finish, right? 2 circles later, 15 minutes in, and it's the complete opposite. It's a mainland finish, absolutely crazy. eArena lose a player, Colony there to try and pick them off one by one. They find one, but 3 players, I think 3 players from eArena survive. Yes, they do.
Yeah, just getting through with the skin of their teeth. There was KM99, he was down to a relatively low, 40 odd HP at one point, I think, and just surviving. But here we go, the rotation's starting to come in play, and the side of Team BLISS still looking good with 3 players left alive. We see the rotations from FTF come through, where they're going to set up over towards this cliff edge. As already you can see, this shift here in zone it has really thrown a spanner in the works for those teams that try to rotate as early as possible. And I mean, you look at the likes of Colony, they're going to be stuck inside the blue, and eArena want to try and keep them there as long as possible. But made in Taiwan, they're starting to pick up a few frags now as well.
Yeah, they are, and that's one mistake that I think Colony did make, is that the bridge camp on phase 3 was probably a bad idea from the position they were in. If they had gone to where eArena ended up going, which is that compound overlooking, it would have been much better because it would have been in the circle. But DK, they're going to be fresh bait for the likes of From the Future, who wrapped around on towards the coastline of the mainland, and they paid off for the phase 4 shifts on up, and we once again see a rotation to the north on towards that mainland finish. DK are eliminated.
Oh, that is pure heartbreak for DK, as they were stranded in the water with no armbands to keep them afloat. And well, now as soon as that's cleaned up the side of eArena, they turn and pick up the concentration. Oh my god, Momonji is literally next to KM9 in the smoke! And somehow he's... Oh my god, what is that, KM9? As he finds the kills at close range, drops cows as well. Oh dear, what have we just seen, Imperium?
It was like something out of a horror movie. Just in towards the smoke, lurking in the shadows. But the turn from eArena keeps them up as a 3-person team, and they punish the members of Colony even further. I didn't think these games today could really get any more exciting, but by golly, Miss Molly, these are looking so action-packed. We're already down to 30 players. Make that 29. 11 teams as made in Thailand are eliminated out of this game. Team BLISS, they've won 2 games so far in the ALC Masters Tournament Regional Finals. They're looking for a 3rd.
Yeah, looking for a 3rd, and Monty's looking for more kills, and look at that for a headshot onto Jagger out of the car as well, as soon as he hops in. So that's going to be the 2nd for him on the board, the 5th in total for his squad as well. Wants to try and probably get that confirmation of the kill as quickly as possible. He now turns his attention to the squad, of which will be Bao Nam United, making their way over towards the northern side of that phase. And now here, all of these teams that rotated so early, really really struggling on this next rotation phase here for phase 4, and will continue to do so as we move closer and closer into that game, because well, the zone, it looks like it's going to continue to shift towards the northwest. But you've got to say, one team that's done fantastically well is SGD. They started with a player disadvantage, and well, Shen's found a whole team wipe on his own, and they're still alive and kicking here.
Yeah, hey, look, 3 players up. They found a position, very good position, on the coastline of that mainland. Now they can rock it up, just continue to fire up against the teams around them as Bao Nam United had played in towards the northern edge of the circle. They kind of got there a little bit before from the future, but from the future, from the vehicle, found a knock at the young boy. He's on his own, but now it's up to Simon T and the rest of the crew to come on in and take the shots of from the future. A clean knock from God Ace.
Yeah, fantastic nade as well from Simon to follow it up and confirm that kill. Now for the side of Bao Nam, they have got Youngboy knocked, so they want to try and get him back in the game as quickly as possible. The smoke's got to try and give God Ace a little bit of cover, but it's going to be broken hearts to find that confirmation of the kill. So the duo of God Ace and Simon T left alive. Simon T, we know he's got the talent to pull off, if not 1v4s. Can he do the 1v2? He's going to find the first knock. That's going to be Man Who drops. But on the other side of things, we're starting to see the squad of Team Bliss. It's Bryn who's knocked out of the game as well. And God Ace finds the eliminations onto From the Future and keeps their hopes and dreams here in match number 6 alive and kicking for that little bit longer, as we are going to start to see the end of phase 5 come relatively soon and head into phase 6 at somewhat in the next minute or so. And what are you saying here, Imperium, if you're one of these teams, in particular the likes of PMA?
Crash! The only combat that's inside the circle, held on to by ShuaiGeDui, just doing exactly what Division X are trying to do, but my God, they deal with them so goddamn quickly, it's not even funny. But again, respect to the Division X, I really feel like it was the only real call to make, and now Fury are looking to do the same thing.
Yeah, it's going to be crash after crash, and it's going to be kill after kill for the side of SGD, as Ronan's going to get absolutely lasered out of the window with a headshot from Shen, who is a player who is really performing well with 5 frags per option, is going to drop, unfortunately. If you're Jervis, you've got to try and stay alive. But now, surely, these teams know the knock has come into play, and there you go. The aggression from the side of Fury starts to come through and try and take over this compound, but it is all up to the solo remaining player, Yakika, for the side of Fury after Ronan initially was knocked. If you're Shen, you've got to find this frag as quickly as possible.
Bao Nam!
Bao Nam's here as well! Bao Nam's here as well! It's Jervis alive alone in the building on his own. Simon T and God Ace. Jervis is here, but if you're on the side of this GD, how are you trying to survive and not make a noise here, Imperium? It's going to be Jervis! Finds the first! He's going to knock God Ace, and all of a sudden SGD somehow are hanging onto this compound.
And they get thrown up the stairs. It doesn't connect onto Jervis. Another one is thrown down. Fury gets eliminated. Shen gets a kill, but now can he provide the cover for his teammate Jervis and cover and seal the deal onto Bao Nam?
I think he wants to try and get the res up, but the revive up, but unfortunately, Option has been knocked and killed. But guess what? So Simon T, Bao Nam are out of the game. SGD making the plays. Not 1, not 2, 3 teams crashed into the compound and tried to collapse. But SGD are the team that reigns supreme at the end of it, as we're in to our final 5 players. We've got 10 people alive, and I have no idea what's going to happen.
5 teams, 10 players, 3 team crashes, and SGD, the smokes are dispersing, and they are the team to survive. I said crash. I wasn't expecting that many teams to crash. I wasn't expecting SGD to survive, but by God, I put in the Discord server, I love PUBG. That's why. Just so damn exciting. But now we can slow things down just a tiny bit. With this circle shifting down south, the coastal position is definitely a lot more viable. I don't think this is a guaranteed ShuaiGeDui chicken dinner, because if that circle shifts away from the compound, similar to eArena in the Miramar game yesterday, they're walking right into the open flat area of this coastline in ERANGEL, whereas the actual coastal rocky positions have a couple of areas where you're able to dip, shoot, and that could definitely pay off for probably PMA amongst all of the other teams that are around them.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a vitally important game here in Imperium, because one team we've still got alive in this game is the squad of Team BLISS, and I think they're luckily here. They're not going to have to try and fight a four-man roster of a team. It's only going to be PMA with the 3 remaining players, and if they can pick up this chicken dinner, they're going to look in a great spot at 3 chicken dinners, but they have got their backs against the wall. As it looks like they have finally edged into this next phase, and, well, we're only probably a matter of moments away from we start to see another absolute light fire, you could say, in terms of... I don't even know how to describe what I'm watching at times, Imperium. Things are just so unpredictable here in this game.
And I was thinking, wait, okay, so there's BLISS, SGD, PMA, and eArena. Who's the 5th team? And just a solo player from NRX is like, yeah, I'm here, guys. Ignore me, but I didn't even notice
him.
The thing. I know, that's the thing. I only happened to comment as you were finishing talking. I was like, oh my god, this guy. And he can have an impact because he is on that. I think, as far as I know, he's actually on the coastline grassy area, so he could have a bit of an impact, a bit of a backstab onto PMA, possibly a couple of shots to help take down Team BLISS. Of course, again, this is the calm before the final storm. Phase 6, the circle on Phase 7, wherever it goes, we could see that team that it heads towards grab that chicken dinner.
Yeah, it looks like Shen starting to make a move over towards the team of the Australians of Team BLISS. And you mentioned here this solo player for NRX, Niso, could be in a fantastic spot to potentially be... Shen.
No
Shen's
way,
in a
Shen.
great
No
spot.
way, Shen.
If Shen finds these frags, he's absolutely huge. He does! He finds one! Finds the second! And see you later, Team BLISS! As Shen is a man on a mission with the 9th frag and immediately turns his attention to the side of PMA. And that is absolutely huge for the side of ShuaiGeDui, because that gives them so much control over this phase.
Cracked. He's actually cracked. He's cracked. I'm. It's rare that I've been like left speechless in commentating, but that big brain, big balls, big everything play from Shen, as on his own, he had no support from his teammate, and as the circle shifts over to the east, he's inside the circle. Now the door is open for Jarvis to hopefully move in with him, but what might actually be, and I would rarely say this, but what might be the play is Jarvis to stay outside the circle and look to shut down on the elevated position the likes of PMA and the eArena. I know that's easier said than done, and it seems like Jarvis grabbing a vehicle, joining up with his teammates so they can control the eastern side.
Yeah, I completely get what you're saying. He's just trying to be that annoying role within the zone to try and really backstab and be annoying to any of the other sides. But I respect the decision he's made. I like the fact he's rotated over and said, you know what, strength in numbers might work best. But oh, look at Niso. I'm not too sure if he spotted that one player. Pete, surely he has. He's surely seen his head. He's surely seen his head. I think he's popped up at the nick of the time here.
Yeah.
I think he has. Pete's been spotted. The nade's gonna come through. Niso finds the frag, and all of a sudden PMA, they had the numbers advantage, and it's been completely wiped out as somehow Niso slipped through the cracks here in this game. And surely you got to look at the likes of Shen and Jervis and say they are in a very, very pole position here to take home this chicken dinner.
Akan DKS get some sweet revenge, but I did say that Niso could come in and get that little bit of a third party, that little bit of a cheeky backstab. And yeah, it wasn't on the Team BLISS because Shen was just cracked and got the double kill, but it was on the PMA. He's left on his own, Akan DKS. eArena do have 2 players. They have vehicles that they're moving in to control that western side, but I think SGD know exactly where they are. They make it to a rock. The split is there. The next circle is popping up. Shen takes a little bit of damage, but then not enough to stop him from scoping in.
Yeah, as I think now it's going to come down to who finds the first knock out of this engagement between the 2 duos. And if you're that solo player for PMA, you got to try and just say, hey guys, do you want to make this a 1v1 at all and knock it down to even playing fields? It'll probably make me feel a little bit easier about myself. But For the side of SGD, they've got a very, very nice spot here, though. But for the squad of eArena, though, Sissy and Satnix, that split is not too bad itself. They can do a lot of damage with those scopes. As I think it is going to come down really to how easily Satnix finds this rotation off the edge of the zone into the center of that phase. Because, well, you can see here we're pretty much in open fields across the board. As very little natural terrain to work with and cover, but Satnix does spot Icon. DKS does tag him up once. Nothing else, though, from the side of eArena just yet.
Icon DKS should head towards SGD. Do what Shen did to Team Bliss. It's going to be easier said than done, but I feel like that's going to be the easiest movement, the easiest play as Satnix looks to push into the circle.
If you're the side of eArena here, you have to say, this is the game that we win. I don't think they've been in a better spot to win a game other than this one, but they're playing against SG2, who have, of course, already got one chicken dinner on the board, and now they've put, 10 kills alone in this game? If they put the chicken dinner on the board as well, they're going to leapfrog Team Bliss and look extremely comfortable at the top of the side.
Look at Shen.
Oh, Shen, he's done it again. He's got so aggressive. 13 kills for SGD, 9 for Shen. He wants to hit double digits, and if you're Shen here, I think this is the correct call for him to do. He wants to try and break this gap. He's seen the players. He's found the tags onto the first. Shen now has to back up. Can't re-aggress just yet, but that nade might be good for Sissy. Just misses out. I think he does a little bit of smashes. Icon it. He's not Satnix. This is perfect for SGD as Jervis finds the kill, finds the win. SGD put the second on the board.
ShuaiGeDui, you couldn't ask for a better game. They survived Pachinki and they prove what they can do in ERANGEL. I've kind of got goosebumps from that game, and as much as I'm once again sad that eArena can't close out that game, I couldn't ask for a better team to shut them down in that situation. Shen, a master of everything. 9 kills, the rotations, the movement, the ballsy play, just so full of confidence. John, we're witnessing prime PUBG.
I don't know. I need to call the doctors, I think, and get a heart check after the ending of that game and that game in general. Prime PUBG indeed is exactly what you said. I could have said it better myself, but honestly, Shen, if you ever want to carry me on PUBG or boost me anytime you like, feel free, my friend, because you are absolutely nuts. I think we saw 11 out of the 16 or 17 kills for SGD in that game were Shen and Shen alone. And when I say Shen and Shen alone, I literally mean it. That man was pulling off 1v2s, 1v3s, pushing and forcing the engagements. And what a performance out of SGD Imperium.
But also, let's give credit to Jervis, because he with the DBS 1v2'd Bao Nam. So we have to at least give him that level of credit. But no doubt about it, it was a 100% Shen game. But this game in itself massively yeeted the teams left, right, and center, right? It looked so much like a military island finish, right? You saw the early rotations from the likes of Kingslayers, from the likes of Team Extraordinaire. You saw those kind of early positions on that military island, but then we saw the phase 2 shifting up north, phase 3 shifting up north, and they ended up on towards the coastline of the mainland. Just not what any of these teams expected.
No, not at all. And I think, you know, there was a point you mentioned, literally as soon as we saw the team start to rotate after the phase 1, that it's a little bit risky to try and rotate so early on. And one of the teams in particular that got caught by it was the likes of Bao Nam, and unfortunately for them, again, a disappointing performance. But I've literally got 2 or 3 notes on this map in my notebook, and it says Shen is nuts, Jervis is also nuts. I think you can't look. It's going to be hard to talk about anything apart from the performance from SGD. Imperium, they started the game with 1 less player. They had the numbers disadvantage for the whole game. They won the Pachinki drop against Team Expendables. They win the chicken dinner, and they win it convincingly.
They got crashed by 4 teams. Division X, Team Fury, Bao Nam. Sorry, 3 teams they got crashed on, and they won out all of them.
And this was really the play that kind of set in stone the way the final zone went. It was Shen sneaking up behind the squad of Team Bliss, who are going to be absolutely furious that they've allowed that to happen. But you got to say props to Nicel, who's kind of helped the two teams left staying alive, as well as they result Iconic into the 1 versus 4. And I think as soon as Iconic gets that kill onto Sapnix, you know instantly what is going to happen. And oh my lord, Imperium, look at that for a top spot. ShuaiGeDui, 36 kills with 2 chicken dinners. They are looking phenomenally comfortable in top spot right now.
And it's one of those things as well where that's why I highlighted about Blitz that they should be more aggressive, because they couldn't really rely on the kills that they had after that second chicken dinner winner, right? Because all it took was another team who already had a chicken dinner, such as SGD, to grab that second with the amount of kills they had, and that top spot is taken away, and it deserved first place. Their performances have been a little bit volatile, I will say that, about ShuaiGeDui, but here's the thing. The chicken dinner format kind of allows for volatility, because all it takes is kind of 1, 2, 3 chicken dinners within kind of a 12 game performance, and you're in there with the top 3, top 4. So, I talk about consistency, but let's be fair, it's not really needed in this kind of format. SGD, when they do good, they do really good.
Yeah, really good indeed. And you got to say, that is going to build the world of good in terms of confidence going into the later stages of the competition. To be crashed 3 times by different teams, 2 times by 2 of the best teams in the lobby, and to squad wipe them pretty much as a duo is absolutely insane, unheard of. But listen, I don't know about you, Imperium, but I need to get myself a drink of water or something. I need to get a snack on board. I need probably some form of defibrillator to make sure my heart's still beating correctly, because when we're back, we're going to head straight back in to match number 7. Don't go anywhere. We're still alive. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys have got yourself a bit of a refreshment and a snack on board, because let me tell you, I needed one for sure. And what an absolutely ridiculous first two games we have seen here in day number 2 of the AOC Masters Tournament 2021 for PUBG. I'm John P, joined by Imperium. And Imperium, we are in for... Listen, I know I say it a lot, and I feel like every caster says it, that we're in for a treat. But I feel like I can't describe it any other way other than saying that, because we've seen 2 crazy starting games. We saw 4 crazy games yesterday. We're only halfway through today's action. We're only 2 days into the tournament. What more have these teams got for us?
Yeah, it's kind of cliche for us to say things like that and for us to say, you know, was that the best PUBG game ever kind of thing. But I can genuinely hand on heart say that that last game was one of the best games of PUBG I've not only casted but even witnessed, right? It was so crazy. The circle shifts, the yeet back up to the mainland, the performances on the bridge camps, the resilience of SGD just dealing with so many teams in that compound towards the end. It was so good. It was just such good talented gameplay from especially SGD, and it just kind of really, to me, it really kind of helps push the narrative of staying focused within a game and not allowing yourself to panic, not allowing yourself to be too overwhelmed, right? They started as a 3-person team. They didn't let that stop them, and they continued and built on from the momentum from taking out the Expendables and in Pachinki. Just crazy.
Yeah, it looks like SGD were a team that, I mean, I would love to have been in the call or in the voice chat with them while they were playing, because it seemed like they must have been so hyped and pumped up, because every fight they were in, we saw the pop shots with the shotguns, we saw, you know, close quarter snapshots onto heads with rifles, you name it. These players from SGD were doing everything they possibly could. But we are going to be heading into match number 7 now for the competition out of 24, back on to Miramar. And I want to quickly talk about, so one of the adverts you guys might have saw throughout the break was, of course, for PUBG New State. How can we run a PUBG tournament and not talk about that craft? And of course, the creator of PUBG will be releasing the brand new mobile game PUBG New State for you guys soon. It's meant to be and said to be the next generation of Battle Royale that is coming out very soon. So get your phone ready for the global launch event, which is on the 11th of November. I know yourself, Imperium, are very much excited for that as an avid mobile esports caster and gamer yourself. Myself, I've been dabbling in mobile gaming as well as of late, and I'm excited to try and get my hands on New State.
Yeah, New State is a extremely well polished game in general. Never mind the fact that it's on mobile. As a general game, it is extremely well polished. The development of it has been nothing but fantastic, and they definitely have taken the beautiful quality of PUBG as an IP, as a title, and brought it into the future. The map that's released with it, called Troy, is really nice. I played it in the beta, and then they have a reimagined version of ERANGEL, which honestly looks really nice. So yeah, I'm very excited to get my hands on the game when it's going to be available. And honestly, I think, you know, if you play PUBG and you're out with, you know, out and about, or if you're on the toilet, you know, and you're looking for a quick game, just play New State. Why not? Why not? You know?
Yeah, it might turn our toilet breaks between casts into a slightly longer break than 5 minutes that we usually get, but at least we'll have a right excuse, right? We was playing New State. I'm sure the people at AOC won't be too upset with us. And who knows? We might see an AOC Masters tournament for PUBG New State in the near future. But going into our match number 7, it's back on to Miramar, which we saw Team Bliss take home map number 1 today of match 5, of course, in the tournament on Miramar. They're probably a little bit disappointed that they didn't probably win that game on ERANGEL as well, because of it was Shen who made the play, the 1 versus 2, where he snuck up behind them really, really sneakily and found the 2 frags. So them going back onto a map like Miramar after obviously coming off the back of winning it the first time around, they want to try and replicate the same performance, surely.
Yeah, but thinking back about it, it was also a mistake from Team Bliss, right? They were in that kind of little bit of a low ground dip, which they certainly had to be aware, but I really feel that there was a level of tunnel vision on how they were playing, because they were kind of quite deep into that circle on the eastern side, whereas you got to think if they had stepped back a couple of meters, right, closer to the very edge of the circle, that backstab from Shen would have been so much harder, right? And a snappier play of trying to get that counter knock on the Shen probably would have been executed, but they left that, if you really think about it, they left that door open for Shen to wrap around, right? So definitely a mistake from Bliss, and it's rare that I can say that, because they have performed exceedingly well so far in the games in a very consistent level. But yeah, they should definitely look to learn from that, which I have no doubt that they will clean it up coming into the second Miramar game of the day. Not a desert train. It's all about controlling your circle.
Yeah, control the circle indeed. And I think if you think your mind back to it, it was that exact position that the side of Team Bliss were holding it in, which was the winning formula for the side of SGD. So I think they'll be a bit disappointed with themselves, but let's see how they adjust and cope with things here. Back on Miramar, like we mentioned, guys, this is only match 7 out of 24 we have throughout you on the week. We play 4 games a day. So if you guys have enjoyed today's action, make sure you're here with us the same time tomorrow as always. But we still got a couple more games left today, so don't go anywhere just yet. As how could we not start things off by seeing where the squad of SGD go, and particularly got the looks of the likes of Teddy, who's back in the game now as well. So their confidence is only going to go from strength to strength in terms of this. We've just won a game 3 versus 4. Now we've got Teddy back in, firing on all cylinders. Hopefully we can do exactly the same here. But this is a very nice plane.
It's a very nice plane. The plane does indeed look nice, as does the plane path. But I was just thinking, now I know where Teddy was the last game. You know where Teddy was the last game?
I'm ready. Where was it?
He was having a picnic.
You know what? I see what you did there. I like it. Yeah. I like it.
Thank you. I'm here till Sunday.
We are quite literally here until Sunday, guys. So you've got a lot of putting up to do with. But
sorry, man. I had to.
Listen. Sometimes you see the opportunity, you just gotta go for it. All right. And after that last game, it doesn't surprise me. We go for every pod opportunity we can get. But the side of SGD, they've dropped into their usual drop spot here as I'm trying to think, were there any teams that were actually contested or spawned last time on Miramar?
There's nobody contested in the previous Miramar game. It was only that Miramar game yesterday where we had the Minas Generalis fight. But so far, everybody has been able to find their drop spot. Plus, as you kind of correctly said, the playing path was really clean. It's in a diagonal way. Has allowed these teams to get to pretty much wherever they want to go. And you can see Colony, they dropped in the Cabre area. They'll be able to loot that area up. And the good thing about Le Cabre is, for the most part, it has great entry points into a lot of these circles.
Yeah, it's very, very nice position indeed, as they can pretty much rotate F button anywhere they like. But as we see a bit of an overview of where these teams have dropped into, El Pozo seems to have been in control at the moment of the Expendables. The squad of Team BLISS, though, not too far off of them, just slightly further down towards the south. And one team I'm a little bit surprised to hear is Division X. They won the first game of the competition all the way back yesterday morning, and since then they've not really looked like they've had much going for them, and not too sure. Why do you think that is? Is it just because they got a little bit too overconfident in terms of winning the first game? They thought they might come in and walk it, or is it just more of a they've won their game, now they're just going to try and play as slow as they like and get chicken dinners if and when they can?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be kind of like they want to build on what they did and just try and get that third chicken dinner, right? Because at the end of the day, say what you want, it is about getting that chicken dinner. And if you are, whether it's for one game, 2 games, or for a whole day, whether you are 1 chicken dinner ahead of your opponents, it's only 1. So if you can increase that to 2, that puts pressure on the teams behind you so much more heavily. And when you put more pressure into teams and more stress, there's a higher chance that, especially if they're not prepared, they are going to make those mistakes, right? So that's something that I think Team BLISS are aiming for, in at least in the direction of their play style. Plus, they're doing what they know best, which is just play that kind of calculated play style, play for the late game, and go from there. With this phase 1, by the way, John, it is down on the south side of the map. I absolutely love that side of the map. Has a lot of high ground potential around the Chumacera area. You can stick to the west, to the east, and you have a lot of exit potential on towards the phase 2, phase 3. So I'm expecting a lot of pretty decent team-wide spreads in this phase 1 from a good few teams, and that's why I even talked about Colony having a good spot in Le Cabre area, because all they need to do is just shift down on the western side of the road, and they can come in on towards the western side of phase 1.
And I think you make a great point about Colony. I think what you could say is, in terms of their positioning throughout the start of the early sides of the games, and even to that middle phase as well, it's been pretty spot on. You can't have really criticised the side of Colony too much. They seem to have done what they needed to do to get towards those final sort of phases and final endgame. But unfortunately, they've just not been able to go one better and pick up any chicken dinners just yet. But sitting on the board at 23 kills, though, they're not looking in the worst of spots. So we'll have to wait and see if that drop spot you mentioned works to their benefit. But, well, for the side of Team BLISS, they were the team leading the charge going into that game on ERANGEL. But unfortunately, after a monster performance from Shenna Jervis on the sides of SGD, they've dropped down into second spot. So Team BLISS here looking to try and regain their throne. How do they go about doing it?
Just rotate early, get some good control. It seems like that's going to be the case, but not the whole squad is getting to the same position at the same time. Myth have been able to split them up somewhat as they all rotate as a unit. And I got to give credit to Myth's rotation so far, even though it's only 5 minutes into the game, because sticking as a unit, 4 separate vehicles, it means that if you do get shot at by an opposing team, there's far less focus on one specific vehicle. Plus, they've been able to separate the likes of Team BLISS.
Yeah, talking about trying to separate a team, it looks like the side of Colony do lose one in Momonji, but they're going to trade it straight back out as Neil does get separated from the pack and gets pounced on from the hive of the Colony as they do tie things up 3 apiece. But, whoa, fantastic shots though from Calbs. I think he's finished that kill off eventually, but we're going to see though, these two teams, DXG and the Colony, they're trying to engage in a bit of a head-to-head engagement here pretty early on, as We do see another knock come through. It's going to be Killer who is dropped. He is in a decent spot though, so the race should be quite comfortable for the side of Colony. But as I say that though, things are just not looking good for him.
Well, Calbs did something quite calculated, so he actually drove forward to try and create a bit of a distraction, while Alec pushed forward to try and get the revive on the Killer. But as it happens, he got knocked, so it's kind of gone against him. And Division X, they know exactly where the last player of Colony is because of the fact that smokes were thrown out. So as much as I respect Calbs for trying to create the distraction, it just really was a little bit too easy for Division X to predict where the last players of Colony were. If the first aid is laid out, it's going to be a bit of a clean 2v2, which has been the case.
DX going to be eliminated as Papachulo finds 3, and it's going to be Trick there to find the 4th. So DK not looking the best of spots after a pretty decent showing yesterday. They've not been able to replicate that today, and unfortunately have been our first team to be eliminated. And well, closely behind them is going to be the side of Colony. So the curse of the commentator strikes once again, as we do initially say that Colony, they are so comfortable and so consistent in placing very well, but unfortunately for them, they are going to bow out slightly earlier than probably anticipated.
Yeah, look, you can't always have a good game. You can't always, not be in trouble on any kind of rotation. Good play by Division X. I think there's a couple of mistakes made from Division X, like Long K, an example. He opened the door and got a knock initially onto Colony, and instead of trying to scale back a little bit or even just slow down and stop behind that tree, he pushed forward and he ended up getting knocked, and that really kind of hurt Division X's ability to close out that game. Again, it was more that secondary mistake by the side of Colony that allowed Division X to turn it around. So either way, Division X will continue in this game as one player because the Expendables picked up a bit of a third-party knock. Kingslayer utilizing the loot crate to find an arm in the hands of Janayakwan, which is definitely not bad to play with. In Miramar, such open terrain, you get an 8x headshot. That's going to be a clean knock.
Yeah, I think that's something we're not seeing too much of, in particular in the Miramar games you mentioned, is bringing that arm into place. Obviously, you have to be a bit fortunate to find it, especially with the 8 times on it as well. And you mentioned 1 bullet headshot. That's going to be a complete ripper of a knock for anyone that's hit by it. So that's wait and see if that can work into their favour. Zest, we know the side of Bao Nam, look at how split they are. We know they really like to play this wide split. They usually keep 2 players together and send the other 2 players split off either side, south or north, south, east or west. But sometimes it's not really worked for them too much. But speaking of being split away from your team, it's going to be Icon, DKS and Wakika, who are both split quite heavily away from their sides. But looks like none of them are going to be in trouble just yet.
Yeah, it's still only phase 1. You can afford to be quite heavily split, especially if you've been here for quite a while. And it's very vital information from Yakika Macau from the side of Fury onto the likes of not only ERANGEL, who are taking shots, but Bhadboyz Alliance, PMA, and the phase 2 does continue to shift down south. Are we potentially looking at a Los Higos finish? Not that I'm trying to cast a curse at John, but I also... Okay, you know what? We're not going to have a Los
I was just thinking
it. Finish, okay? Is this how it works? If I say we're going to have one thing, it's going to go the opposite way? Yeah, okay. Not a Los Higos finish then.
I was thinking, Imperium, please say we're not going to finish here, so we end up finishing here and have a crazy end game like we did in the last, but... I'm glad you've gone back on your words and changed your mind ever so slightly in that one. But let's see how the squad of the Expendables are getting on as well. The current lobby leaders in terms of SGD is going to fall, and that's going to be a huge kill as well. It's going to be Jervis, who is unfortunately knocked out of this one. But there's actually a huge 3-way fight going on towards Bao Nam and the squad of SGD. But options there to find one. Teddy is fully eliminated in the hands of Simon. But I think though, the squad of Bao Nam probably might come off a little bit worse for wear here in this engagement, as it is going to be Zest again.
They're going to disengage. That's why you're dead right. But it might be a little bit too late to clear away perfectly. Let's see what Simon can do, as he is the IGL. On a side note, Zest has been dropped out from the top fragging spot by Shen, no less. Fully deserved. 16 kills for Shen in these games played so far. Zest is still in second. Simon T is in third as Hikaru looks to find a couple of shots onto a member of NRX who's looking to dip away in towards the cover of the side of the hill. His teammates are going to be there. No, not quite. Gets stabbed and shot in the back.
Yeah, it's Arenik there is trying to duck and dodge his way out of the path of the bullets from Hikaru, but probably one of the easiest kills Hikaru will have in his PUBG career on the board. They're not able to even get tagged up by the opponent's squad, so it's always nice to find a free frag and get the confidence flowing slightly. As the squad of FTF, let's not count them out. You know, they're a team already with one chicken dinner on the board. Likewise, DXG, although the kills might not necessarily be as heavy and as high as the likes of an SGD or Team Blitz, though they're very much in contention here going into these sort of, you know, the middle section of this tournament in the next few days, of keeping themselves, should I say rather, up the top of that leaderboards. But, well, looks like we're going to have a battle of the oranges here, as the squad of Fury are going to try and push their way over towards the compound of buildings that initially was occupied by the side of Kingslayer. And, well, as that's happened, it looks like Jason, well, he's been left and hung out to dry by his team.
Yeah, I really like this from Fury, right? The adaptability of when Phase 2 is closing in. A tiny bit late into the circle, but again, it's just that kind of good awareness as they push in and try and separate Kingslayer that little bit further. We shouldn't expect anything less from a PUBG Global Championship team, of course, but still it's good to see that coming on through, and we've seen the knock from the future on towards Jason, and that's that kind of domino effect, right? You push one team back, you manipulate the traffic, you allow another team to do the job for you. Yeah,
and it's something that we've seen quite often, and we spoke about Team Bliss doing it so well in terms of just letting everyone else kind of do the hard work, and as long as you pick up the final few frags, and this is definitely not going to end up as a loss Higos ending. It's 100% not going to go there. No. It's definitely going to go north after the next phase. 100% confirmed. You heard it here first from Imperium and John P. As that's just, I mean, let's be honest, we want it to happen, don't we?
Shh. Okay. It's fine. Los Higos isn't to be talked about. It's he who shall not be named at the moment, right? As Fury will have to move into the circle from the northeastern side of the map. They do have a team behind them, the Expendables, so dealing with them first is going to be far more important. They have the high ground advantage, but they also can't take their time too much, right? Because if they take too long, they give over a potential advantage to another team. A lovely car 98 shots from Ronan, looking to hit the head onto one of the expendable players. Doesn't quite connect that one. Come on, that should have connected.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate there from Ronan, as I'm sure those shots on a different day probably would have resulted in a knock or two. And well, for the side of Team Extraordinaire, they're going to go ahead and drive their way into the sunset, and Fury, they're trying to really tag those players up. They want these frags.
And here's the thing, that's all Fury needed to do, right? Just suppress Team Extraordinaire that little bit more, create a bit more of a space so that they can kind of push into the edge of the circle and then continue to gatekeep them, right? It's just that good level of move, shoot behind you. But of course, as they enter in towards the edge of the circle, we have Bao Nam, we have Kingslayer still in the mix across this area. Even the side of SG D are also towards that northern side, which could cause a little bit more trouble to Fury.
Yeah, I think it's been a situation we've seen Fury in it for a few games now across the week's play so far, where they're forced to kind of crash on someone late in the game, and we all know what happens if you go crashing headfirst into the likes of an SGD. It results in one thing, and that's Shed and Jarvis popping off. But speaking of popping off, a tag onto Yukika Makawa's, he's going to be forced to back up and re-engage at a later date. As I mean, right now these teams are in that stage where they got to try and edge their way into the zone. Right, it's getting to that important stage where we hit like phase 4, phase 5, and we start to see in which way the phases are going to shape towards the end game.
But that's what I like about Fury, right? They actually have kept one player outside of the circle, close to the blue, so that they can have the extra elevated angle on towards the members of Kingslayers. And as the blue zone closes in, Bao Nam are helping to come in, and that's Kingslayers absolutely suppressed. I don't hold that against them, but it does show the justified experience of both Bao Nam and Fury of being able to pick apart the likes of Kingslayers.
Yeah, but Bao Nam, they're not in a great spot right now as they're getting tagged up left, right, and the centre. And speaking of being tagged up, it's Namshao from the squad of NRX as I am Pete from PMA finds 2. It's going to be Trick and his teammate who are dropped. And, well, there's Shen once again in the kill column. How many times have we seen that already this week, Imperium? As we are going to see another kill go through for him. 37 kills on the board now for the squad of SGD. They are fragging out of their mind here. As unfortunately, though, I don't think we're going to see that Los Higos ending.
Oh, Shen! 1 health! Could he be any closer from getting knocked? I don't think so. I do not think so, but the job isn't done. From the future is still alive as a 2-man team. YQQ and a Hikaru. Actually, a 3-man team. Apologies. Man is still holding on strong. Opchain is knocked down. Jervis is in the backline. Opchain kind of went a little bit too far forward and paid the price. And we've seen what SGD can do as a duo in the previous game. Can they pull it off massively against From the Future? Their back is against the wall between the blue, and the body advantage is certainly against them, but there is a bit of a team closely followed such as Bao Nam across the way. In that circle shift, by the way, I do appreciate the fact that it has favoured all of these teams shifting up north away from Los Higos.
Yeah, I think if you want 2 players left alive for the side of SGD, it's most definitely Shen and Jervis. And Jervis is going to trade it out after Shen's initially dropped. Can't find any more, though, as there we go. The current standings at top spot are going to bow out here. Unfortunately, in 12th spot as SGD fall. And that's the squad of FTF who find all the frags. And they're going to get the revive off as well. So 4 players alive for them. And, well, this makes things interesting here with the fact that Team Bliss and FTF both still alive, both with 4 players. And, of course, Team Bliss, they've got 2 wins. And FTF, they're just behind them with 1.
PMA now pushing in onto Bhadboyz Alliance. A bit of a tricky fight. KMF. 1 goes flying. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. And let's see if he can throw a grenade in the direction or a couple of shots in towards the members of Bhadboyz Alliance as KMF1 does indeed fly shots on towards one of the players of BBA, and that opening knock has been entered up.
Yeah, and all of a sudden now KMF somehow...
Oh my god!
I thought he stayed alive for a second there. It's not. It's going to be Petru who finds the frag as he falls, and although PMA, they found a few kills, they have lost Botany to a knock in KMF1 to the kill. They should still be pretty comfortable, though, to find these kills, or will they? As we are going to see all of a sudden, the squad of PMA, well, it's lost to 1 remaining player, and it's a 1v1 here between BBA and PMA as Astro Boy. Got to try and work that revive through as quickly as possible. On the other side of things, though, we are seeing the squad of Myth, made in Thailand, find a few kills in your top right-hand corner of the kill feed. And,
beautiful.
Well, Icon is going to go ahead and find the kill onto Asher. That means the knock onto Picture is going to be confirmed. And all of a sudden, the squad of BBA are very much done and out of this game into Miramar. But the squad of Made in Thailand right now, they're heating up apparently.
They are indeed heating up, controlling the northwestern side. They have a beautiful spread. They're controlling FTF, but of course, be careful that you're not overextending yourself and getting picked up one by one by a couple of teams around you. eArena as well. They lost Sapniks, but still with 3 players strong, they're able to gatekeep both Fury and Bao Nam. But inside, he's found the inside to come in towards the side of the wall, peeks across the way, chooses not to go forward because he is, for the moment, just about on his own.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge engagement we're about to see between 3 teams that are very much leading the way in terms of the kill department, but not the chicken dinner department. And one person that is very much eating well tonight in terms of chicken dinners is a squad of Team Bliss, as they're going to pick up their 22nd kill of the game. But here we're in for a real interesting one over towards these collection of buildings on the back of the road between 3 teams here. You could say are tournament favourites at points. It is only to do a Bao Nam United going against the 3 of eArena and the quad 4 stack of Team Fury. But with 8 teams left, there's not a lot of room for these teams to work with.
I'm kind of left wondering if there's more eArena could have done to stop Fury from entering in and breaching onto this compound. Whether or not they should have, if anything, disengaged away completely, maybe moved on to the roof position. Either way, I also don't disagree with them kind of sticking together as a 3-person team, because if they had had a 2-1 split, that one player, let's say, trying to hold out Fury would have had a much tougher task and probably would have been taken out. But time will tell if it's going to work out for eArena. They proved to be a very intelligent team, especially in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, it's very important that you can not only play the start and the middle phases of the game well, but that end game where the final phase starts to pop is so vitally important. And well, pop off in a word that Flood seems to like is he's going to drop Icon to DKS, but YQQ is going to fall. That's the first in this engagement between Myth and the side of From the Future, and obviously From the Future, a team that have already got a chicken dinner on the board. Myth still looking for their first. As just trying to look at the squad from Team Bliss at the moment, and they have got a very nice spread across towards the southern side of this zone, but that's not what they wanted, as that's a huge shift for them. And well, for the side of Fury and eArena, they're looking at very, very good spots to try and hold off the side of Team Bliss.
Don't forget about the Expendables, though. They are on towards that southwestern edge. Jun, who's been absolutely vital in his team, getting some heavy kills in these first 5 to 6 games of this tournament. He does hold on to the anchor position that I talk about is so important in these kind of Miramar games. If they can suppress the members of Myth and push them a little bit closer towards the likes of Bao Nam and even eArena, then it could prove to be very effective for the Expendables. But so far, it's a stalemate in this compound on towards the southeastern edge of the circle between Fury, eArena, and Bao Nam.
Yeah, I think what we're going to probably see is going into this phase 7 zone, another shift towards probably the west or northeastern side that will slowly start to force those players out of the compound, and then depending on which way it moves from there, the team will have the upper advantage. But let's not focus too much on the 3 teams over towards that compound. There are, of course, 4 other teams in the game, one of them being the team that you highlighted, Team Expendables. They're trying to get that first chicken dinner on the board, and well, they're trying to take out a team right now that have already got double theirs, as that's the squad of Team Bliss. As this is a real stalemate in terms of positioning. It's going to honestly come down to which way the phase starts to shift towards.
I can't see Team Bliss surviving too long in this game unless they push as a team in the direction of Fury and stab their Australian friend in the back. Because right now the Expendables, look at Jun with those mini 14 shots, massively putting pressure on Team Bliss. But because they haven't suppressed Myth, that spread for Myth is still working to be very good in their favor. There's also another team still in play that is decided From the Future. They took down current leaders of this lobby, SGD. See if they can use that confidence to push forward onto Myth.
Yeah, June right now tagging up anyone and absolutely everyone he can, but it is going to be the shots, though, from the Expendables over towards the side of Fury. But how much, though, is that going to help the side of Team Bliss? The fact that they've got the sort of the third party come through. One of the players, though, from Bliss has been knocked. I think it's actually 2 players from Bliss have been knocked. So I'm not too sure if those revives are going to come off in time before the teams start to engage in that fight. Luckily for them, they have got the smokes to work with to try and offer a little bit of cover. And I think if you're the side of Bliss, if you get these revives off, it's purely from the fact that you've got the Expendables and Fury's taking shots at each other.
And I think that was a bit of a mistake from Fury, right? Because they were in this area for quite a while, and if you're not going to kind of push on a team, don't be in that area, right? And they kind of forced themselves to have to engage on Team Bliss because they were a little bit too afraid to take the fight against eArena. Now, they've only lost Insight, their IGL, but definitely think they could have executed or just done something a little bit better with that. Luckily, with the help of the Expendables, the side of Team Bliss are able to get themselves back up as a full squad, so that's very important. The circle centered up, went a little bit down towards the southeast, and it does mean that Myth have to continue to push forward into the northeast or northwestern edge of the circle.
The squad of the Expendables now still trying to lay those shots down over towards the side of Bliss. As I think if you're the side of Fury, just from that bird's eye point of view, you've got a bit of a rotation to make if it continues to shift over towards the northwestern or southwestern side, as they're on the bottom of that cliff edge and the side of Bao Nam are just lingering above them in the collection of buildings. And for the squad of Myth, though, you mentioned that they have got the 4 stackers spread very, very well. They are going to have to try and deal with the squad of From the Future, though, as it is the duo Broken Hearts and his teammates still lingering around the northern side of the zone. But again, still, it's very much a stealth bait.
Yeah, because the last 4 to 5 minutes have been very quiet. Very few shots, very little action to really talk about. And eArena do have to push out of the buildings that they're in, and they're pinched very heavily by both Bao Nam and Fury, and I can't see them really surviving for too much longer. Tanawat has himself prone down as he gets closer to the side of the Expendables.
Closer indeed, and closer is how much more he wants to get to try and find some shots. And finally, we're starting to see a little bit of action here as Phase 7's going to come to end, and it's going to be the side of eArena who fall. 2 players have dropped, and all of a sudden it's all up to the solo player for the side of them. It's KM99, but look at FTF, they're acting as the third party as Fury's going to lose 1 player as well. Lyrics does eventually fall also, and the KM99 finds 1, but the full kill comes through. Well, no, it doesn't. For a second, I thought it did come through. The res is going to come off as well, and luckily for Fury, that could have gone awfully wrong for them. Or is it still going to go wrong? Is that Team Fury down to 1 player? I think it is, as that was going to be Godace, the side of Bao Nam. From the Future's eliminated, Fury could be the next to go. And all of a sudden, these teams that were all set up close to each other, they've completely wiped each other out.
Oh, a beautiful knock by Textile onto Levi's. Puts continued amount of pressure onto the Expendables on the western side of the map. Myth continue to push forward. They took down From the Future. Bao Nam are still alive and kicking, which is absolutely crazy considering the pressure they were under around 10 minutes ago. They stayed quiet as a mouse. Jacob inside a small shack. Jun and Doku's of the Expendables close by. Team Bliss still rocking in from the south. Quiet as a mouse. A nice molly gets thrown in. Disperses Jacob away. He has to run with his tail between his legs and a fireball breathing down his neck. He's able to get away in time to try and heal himself up.
Yeah, Fury, they're down to their remaining player once again, as Flood is going to be confirmed to be killed. Levis is going to be completely wiped out as well from the side of Bliss. And for a second, we thought Bliss were going to really struggle to stay alive here. Somehow, they've let the lobby do most of the work for them once again. And, well, they've got the heavy numbers advantage here in comparison to the rest of the players. But the positioning, not the greatest. They have... What Bliss have got to do is they've got to play off this engagement between the side of Myth and the Expendables. And that's exactly what they're doing. As you can see, Bliss now, the collapse is going to come straight in from Bliss. Now that they've noticed, Bliss have played this absolutely perfectly if they continue the aggression up the back of this hill. Because the score of the Expendables, and Made in Thailand, they're going to do so much damage to each other. The knocks come through. Myth do clean that up. But guess what? The squad of Bliss should know that there is a knock here, and they should really be engaging on this fight as quickly as possible.
Rogue Namzi splitting the focus and getting a couple of shots into Bao Nam to make sure that they're not stabbed in the back. Indeed, the Expendables are taken out, and Team Bliss are looking to push on forward, but you're kicking Macau onto God. Ace gets the opening knock. Simon D, he's the last player up.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, we're down to our remaining top 3 teams. Fury's got 1 player left. The trio from Made in Thailand, the 4-man squad, still standing strong from Bliss as we're heading to the final 2 teams. It's Bliss. It's Made in Thailand. All of a sudden, it has completely blown together. And just like that, Team Bliss are going to find a few frags. So do Myth, but it's going to be Jacob who's knocked. It's Rogue Namsmi and Ezekiel trying to somehow get these medkits off in time. They do. It is going to be Namzi to complete the kill on to Monty. So momentarily we're seeing a 2 versus 2 between Made in Thailand and the squad of Bliss. This is going to be so important for the side of Bliss. If they win this, they have a huge lead and a huge advantage over everyone else. Monty finds the nade on to Jacob to confirm the kill, so no raise gonna come through. 2 versus 2. Monty still has got the chance of being revived. It doesn't matter because Made in Thailand actually somehow find the frags and they're gonna pick up their first win.
It was so close towards the end, but that was such a deserved chicken dinner from Made in Thailand. All throughout the last 3 to 4 circles, they swept in from that northern side, John, and they controlled it like it was their own child, nurturing it, doing everything they needed to do to make it grow up, get a college degree and say, hey, I've got myself a chicken dinner from the supermarket. Really well played from Team Myth. It was a good effort from Team Bliss, right? They did what they had to do and third-partying up and towards the south side to push in onto the fight between the Expendables and Team Myth, but it was the fact that just no damage was really done onto Myth by Team Bliss in the earlier part of that fight meant that any kind of revive, any kind of refocus was able to be handled in the end, and Myth closed it out.
Yeah, I literally said as soon as you saw the squad of Myth, Made in Thailand and the Expendables sort of converge into that head-to-head off, I said Team Bliss have got to play faster up this ridge and try and get the control and find the tags to make their life easier. If they do that, it's the freest chicken dinner of their life. Because if you think about it like this, even if they find one knock onto the team or do a little bit of damage to the side of Made in Thailand, the squad of Made in Thailand already had someone knocked. If they find a second knock, you're pretty much facing a 4 versus 1 or a 4 versus 2. The numbers are in your favor. The upper hand's definitely going to swing your way. But unfortunately for them, they choose to be a bit more patient. And well, the squad of Made in Thailand, they're able to regain themselves and pick up that chicken dinner. But the story of this game, though, was definitely, it started off quite quickly in terms of players dropping, but all of a sudden we had a big long stalemate for a couple minutes.
Yeah, a big stalemate, and that's definitely a product of the terrain that we were in, because every team had their pocket, right? Every team had their kind of little bit of a metaphorical bubble that they were able to stay around, and when you exited out of that bubble, it was very much that you had to kind of commit, and we had no team really committing onto another team's bubble. That's why Team Bliss were able to survive for so long. They probably shouldn't have, they shouldn't have, right? Either the Expendables or Fury should have focused more heavily onto this side of Team Bliss, but at the end of the day, when they don't get focused on, they were able to survive for so long in the end, and they got themselves second place. I still think it was a game that Team Bliss probably could have won, but you can't deny what the side of Myth were doing all throughout that game.
Yeah, well, it was this sort of engagement here, right, when we started to see the squad of Made in Thailand engage the squad of the Expendables, and it just slightly came too late, as I think it was Rogue Namzi who found the few kills eventually. But this is how things stand here, though. On the standings, Made in Thailand with 36 kills now. They are looking in a great spot should they win another chicken dinner to put themselves into that first place position. Still, though, they're edged out by the 2 chicken dinners of Bliss, and of course the 37 kills and 2 chicken dinners of ShuaiGeDui. And I mean, this game here, we're heading to the last game we're going to see on stream today, match number 8. We're moving back to ERANGEL, and you got to start to think the likes of Fury, Bao Nam United, eArena, Expendables, they got to try and put a chicken dinner on the board sooner rather than later. And if you're the side of Bliss and SGD, you're saying, listen, if we can nick this one going into tomorrow, we should be very, very comfortable.
Yeah, and that's why I think Bliss will be a little bit more annoyed and not closing out that game as let's say a different kind of situation, or even a different kind of team, because that third chicken dinner would put them 3 games ahead and 2 games ahead of the likes of Made in Thailand, From the Future, Division X, etc., etc. Whereas, yeah, when you're the likes of Fury and Bao Nam, that gap is starting to increase, right? Yes, they both have 40 kills each, but what's the point again when you just don't have that chicken dinner? It is the volatility and the frustration behind the chicken dinner format, which I do get why the teams don't like, because they're putting in so much work, but the reward just isn't there at the moment. but they know what they need to do with this last game. I wouldn't be surprised to see either Fury or Bao Nam chicken dinner.
Yeah. High risks come with high rewards these days, especially in PUBG. But myself and Imperium will be back for that final game. We're heading into match 8 after this break, and it's going to be on ERANGEL. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, welcome back to the AOC Masters Tournament 2021. My name is John P. I'm joined by the handsome man himself, Imperium, and we are here for our final match of the day, match 8 in general of the competition. 8 of 24. We are only, I'm not going to try and do the maths. I think it's a third of the way through the competition, if I'm correct. You've still got 4 more days worth of... Listen, I went to private school for 3 years and I don't know maths. It's fine, I understand. It's one of those things. There's a reason why I'm an esports caster now. Maths, all right?
Go to private school, end up being an esports caster.
I could have done it all, mate. In another life, I'm a marine biologist somewhere, but I thought, no, let's just shoot people online for the rest of my life. Why not? But enough about my life story. Let's talk about the life of these players. PUBG, they eat, sleep, and breathe it. And we are in for our last game here. We're going to be jumping back onto ERANGEL. And listen, I actually really enjoyed that last game. It was a slight change of pace to what we've seen in terms of the first 7 games before that. It actually felt like somewhat of a PUBG esports competitive game towards the end in terms of the stalemates and the rotations.
Despite the threat of a Los Higos finish, which I'm still a little bit sad that we didn't get, it certainly did feel like a very normal game. You had that kind of little bit of a stalemate, as you called the area of the game, for about 5 to 10 minutes. Teams holding on to the areas as much as they could, but it was a good game nonetheless, and I'm hoping for something similar. Yeah, we had some crazy start to the day, but it'd be nice to end on a little bit of a calmer note. The playing path certainly doesn't look like it's going to go that way, because that is an incredibly difficult playing path to deal with, right? Because you're going to have a lot of teams vying for whatever vehicles that are available on towards that kind of northern side of the playing path. We might have to see a couple of variabilities in the drop spots from a few of these teams.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I do remember quite a few teams heavily focused over towards the eastern side of the map. Well, it looks like they're going to try and make it stretch as quickly as possible. No surprise, we see the squad of Team Expendables, the Expendables and SGD going over towards Pachinki. But quickly, guys, before we get into this game, we've got to say a huge shout out to our sponsors of the event. AOC not only provides a super exciting event, but they also bring you more special offers in different countries. So for more information, please visit AOC and monitor via our Facebook page. I want to say huge thank you to them for putting on the event and supplying everything that the players will be winning. So let's go into our last game here then on ERANGEL. Intriguing affair to see who's going to finish day number 2 on the top spot. Me personally, I think the side of SGD or BLISS should be comfortable inside those top 2 spots. I can't see anyone else leapfrogging them just yet. But one of the teams we highlighted in particular is this team on our board, Bao Nam United. They have to start performing in terms of chicken dinners. They
do. They must be feeling quite hungry. They aren't afraid to grab kills, but so I don't want to caster curse it, but John, surely it's pretty safe to say that that's going to be a military island finish, right? Surely.
I've seen crazier things happen in a game of PUBG. Now you said it, watch how somehow the game resets and we're like, oh, we have a disconnect and we've got to restart the plane and everything like that. And, but yeah, I think we could comfortably say it's going to head towards military base, and well, that means let's take a look on who's going to be bridge camping. Is it going to be the side of BLISS again, the eArena? We saw them take that early approach, and well, actually, for once, the squad of SGD look like they've got Pachinki uncontested.
Yeah, I was going to talk about it, but then I saw the phase on circle and I was like, yeah, okay, I have to highlight that. Indeed, it seems like the Expendables are recognizing that it might not be worth us taking that fight and dropping in Pachinki. Let's go for something a bit different. And I do respect that, because sometimes teams are quite stubborn in the world of kind of Battle Royale esports, and they don't want to give a spot up. And I get that, but it's not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of understanding. It's a sign of recognizing that, hey, this game revolves around grabbing chicken dinner. So if you're able to not take an early fight and play for the late game better, go for it.
Yeah, it's going to be a god ace though from the side of Bao Nam United, fall into the hands of Hikaru. Not the ideal start for them, and already you can see eArena, they were a team earlier on that wanted to set up on the military side of one of these bridges. early on, and they've done exactly the same. They slipped through the cracks
Very
at the
quick
side of the
rotation.
Expendables. I like that, though. I like that. You mentioned literally as soon as you see a phase 1 zone shift down there, within the first couple minutes, you have to rotate.
Yep. What, 3.5 minutes in and they're rotating into Military Island? It's a perfect time. And the Expendables, let's be honest, they're not set up for a proper bridge camp, right? 2 of their players are still looting. But I do like the idea about what the Expendables are trying to do. The biggest fear is that they're kind of they're showing their hand a lot earlier than they needed to, and they might pay the price because now they can be technically camped on the other side by eArena if eArena chooses to.
Yeah, they also might be able to hold a few people off and trap them on the bridge between the 2 teams and come in for that third party as well, which is definitely something I'll have to see take effect later on. And it'd be interesting to see here in terms of the spread of the map still as to where these players actually are across the board, as it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of these teams have started to rotate incredibly early. That's like DK, they're already set up over towards that military base as well. And I think, you know, we mentioned eArena time and time again. They did it successfully in the first game. So did Team BLISS as well. The bridge camp in terms of holding the players off relatively well. I think they were a little bit unfortunate how far the zone shifted in the opposite way. Now this time it looks fairly likely, like you said, should we choose not to cast a curse today, it will be a military base ending. This might swing in their favour a little bit slightly further.
Well, also, it's the kind of phase 1 circle that doesn't really promote bridge camping on towards that military island too much, right? Because it's so heavily weighed on the southwest side that you're giving over the ability to control better parts inside the island by staying in that bridge camp area, right? That's the biggest thing. And we do see Fury holding on and getting a couple of kills on towards the Expendables as a native being thrown out by Insight. Has to be very careful as the Molly is slowing him down. It's just Levi's that's left up for the Expendables, though.
Yeah, it is going to be hard for the Expendables now to do any sort of damage here to the side of Fury, although they did take down Kiko Macau. But, well, there you go. It is going to be the final player from the Expendables spotted, or is it? I think, actually, though, the rest come through and they just got it off in time. And that's a team wipe, right? Yeah, the Expendables are done. It was a slight delay there in my feedback. I do apologise. But, well, for the side of Fury, that's a great start to them. They got 43 on the board. The Expendables, not so much as they bow out first on.
Yeah, Fury dropped inside military base anyway, so they're already set up to get a good position inside this island area. And the Expendables, they tried to push across and they just bit off more than they could chew. NRX going to have a team crashing in around them on this compound. BLISS, nice hell, holding on to the angle outside the door. Brain and the rest of his team wrapping around. You can see Dawn is in the back line picking up that crate. That should allow him to do something in the back line, but Team BLISS, I would say they're not properly set up for this fight. I think Rain has to go a little bit more to the west of where Textile is, and that should allow them to do a little bit more in this compound.
Yeah, it looks like the side of Team Fury, though, they're not done in terms of the kills just yet, as one of the players from Kingslayer is going to fall, and unfortunately that's going to be his competition for the day. Beautiful. Over, and Rain just walks straight in and finds the headshot on to Nicel. As well, Monty is unfortunately going to fall, so the res and the revive should come through quite comfortably. It all depends, though, whether or not Dawn chooses to be the re-aggressor and get a little bit more aggressive.
Lovely Dawn!
He does just that, finds the headshot on to Textile. As well, for the side of NRX, things seem to not be as bad as we initially thought. The revive might be safe. Dawn is an absolute machine here, as he's going to clean up 3. Luckily, though, for the side of Team BLISS, the res comes through, so Monty's back available for the team, but Dawn's a man on a mission here as well. Bryn's going to drop eventually. It's all up to that lone remaining player, Monty, who is in one of these last buildings. He's relatively low, and that is all Dawn right there. Dawn has just completely wiped up the side of BLISS.
That was sensational solo play from Dawn. Absolutely incredible. And just on the side note, the M16, an absolute beast of a gun in burst mode when you're able to control that. So that recoil, absolutely on point. But that's what I worried about with regards to Team BLISS's breach. I like the aggression, but it was just a little bit too linear. It felt like they didn't have the angles of control in the right way. What I also loved about what Dawn did is, off the back of getting the first knock, instead of going for the revive onto his teammate like so many teams would do, he actually continued to push forward, right? There was risk involved around it, but you're better off continuing to push forward to keep the pressure on rather than going for the revive, and you allow the opposing team to get back in the fight. So that was absolutely incredible by Dawn.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. I completely agree with what you said in terms of it just casts me back, right? So that's exactly what Team Bliss should have done in the game before. Once they realized the player from the side of Made in Thailand was knocked and they had the numbers advantage, to just re-aggress and collapse onto where the players are and not give them a chance to breathe. And as a result of that, Dawn, well, he cleans up 3, and the side of Bliss are unfortunately not going to end today on the top spot, but there's still a lot more games left to play, of course. Well, the side of eArena, they were a team that we saw rotate relatively early. They elected not to try and play by the bridges. Like you said, it wasn't exactly a zone that kind of favoured the whole bridge camp situation, as they're set up slightly more further in towards the mainland of military base. And well, the side of PMA, you know, like they've got a few storage containers to ship.
It's a risky time to rotate. You got to think you're 9-10 minutes into the game. Teams are already set up on that coastline. So far, it might work out. This circle continues to shift on towards the southwest side of the island, and that's even worse for PMA, because you look at the compound that they're kind of directly behind in the water. That becomes a bit of a target for these teams. PMA might get away with it, but I do worry about it.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to a matter of moments in terms of the timing as to whether or not these players get spotted. But one team that has been spotted is the team of Made in Thailand, as Hikari is going to finish off the kill onto Ezkulizia. And all of a sudden, we are starting to see these players that are late rotators 10 minutes in. We mentioned it's kind of a bit of an awful bogey time to rotate, really, where players are already set up, especially in such a hard shifted phase like we saw in Phase 1 and Phase 2, again, continuing to shift towards the southwest of the map. As so far, only 2 teams have been eliminated from the game. That's the side of the Expendables and Team Bliss. I would love to see actually where SGD are and how they're getting on.
Hopefully we can have a bit of a map perspective. We're 20 seconds away from the blue zone starting to close in. Fury are okay, but honestly, they're not in the strongest spot. They've won in the compound. A heavy spread on this kind of circle does pose a lot more risks.
Look at Jagger.
I know.
Jagger, he's so patient. Jagger, if he goes huge for his team here. Oh my god, I don't know Jason's here either. This is going to be great for Kingslayer Imperium.
It is indeed. Team Extraordinaire coming in a little bit late. Might get bamboozled. I swear how off the back of the boat is trying to find a bit of information, and one of the other players are on towards the hillside and in the end, so that's why there's a composure from Kingslayers. It's not out of the realms of possibility for Team Extraordinaire to turn this one around.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. This is going to come down to who's holding the right angle. But Jagger spotted him. Jagger spotted him. I don't think the player from Team Extraordinaire has seen Jagger here. And he's got his 2 remaining players though. But I think the kill's still going to come through. Or is it Jagger? He's choking shot. How has he not found the kill? And he's forced to disengage from this gunfight. And all of a sudden, Jagger should have had the freest kill of his life. He's in a doomsday scenario and might be knocked. I think for a second we nearly saw How come through with a frag. This is awful for the side of Kingslayer. How have they allowed this to happen, Imperium?
Well, not only did they not have the body advantage, but that was unfortunately one of the toughest mistakes that I've seen, and I don't like to point it out. He is trying to at least do something with that and picks up 1 kill onto Team Extraordinaire, but no doubt about it, that was a big mistake from Jagger, and that's Kingslayer's out in this final game of the day.
Yeah, you know, it only takes 1 mistake in a game like PUBG, and a mistake from the side of Bao Nam as well, apparently, as 2 players, Youngby and Zest, are both going to fall. And Bao Nam United, they just don't look like the team that we thought coming into this. It's just down to the duo of them, and well, the side of Fury, they seem to be fragging out at the moment as well with 6 kills.
Hey, you're wondering where SGD were. They're on towards that northwestern side. The coastline is theirs to call their own. Colony have a massive spread on the northern side of the circle. PMA made it out of the water. Nobody crashed onto that compound in phase 2, so credit where it's due. The later rotation that I was fearful of has worked out. Phase 3 kind of centers up a little bit, but it is still, for the most part, on the coastline of the military island.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned Colony were in a great spot on spread. There was one solo player, though, who had his own collection of buildings to play around, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see a bit of a crash come into play should this phase start to shift up towards there. But, well, speaking of potentially pushing out towards and finding some kills, it's going to be DXG who tries to crash onto this solo player from DK as Limitless, who, well, was very much been pushed to the limit there as Logfi and Neil combined for the kill eventually. And with 13 teams left, 40 alive, this game's starting to get a bit of a move on here, as just because this phase is continuing to shift and force these players very much out into the open.
Fury looking to try and capitalize off teams rotating a little bit more blindly into the circle. They do have themselves down to 3 players. NRX going for that massive push onto United, but ERANGEL, should I say, but KM99 there in the back line. Nice play by Sapnix. Turns around, gets a knock, gets a squad wipe by NRX. They are eliminated.
Yeah, eArena continuing the hot streak of kills, apparently, as they jump onto the 45th kill on the board. All 4 players, still alive, as Simon eventually finds the frag on to Zaichu. That means the squad of DK, well, they're eliminated, and Bao Nam United looks like they're going to be eliminated too, unfortunately, as Simon is going to crash and fall as they're eliminated in 11th position now. But Fury trying to edge their way around this coastline if possible. You mentioned, I think you said it was the squad of SGD who was set up on the coastline just slightly further west, along with the team of Colony. So we'll have to see if the zone continues to shift that way. But Flood doing a great job of trying to find these tags over towards Extraordinaire.
Rotation? 16 minutes into the game? That's kind of big balls play, but I can't see it working out for them, as Fury have all the time in the world to really connect those shots onto those players in the boat, and that only has a maximum amount of health, right? And once that starts smoking, they're going to have to abandon ship, and it's not just going to be them shooting at the boat. It could be the likes of SGD as they get closer, possibly even PMA, as the next circle has I think it's kind of kicked Team Extraordinaire in the face, because look at that massive shift.
Yeah, they could have probably just been better off staying where they were and just manually walking their way up towards the zone. But it's also sort of kicked in the face of the squad of SGD now, as well. The side of Team Extraordinaire, they're going to be just dropping straight into the bottom of the cliff line as to where they're holding, and they've got a big rotation on their hands as well. Nil's going to drop, and I think that's the squad of DXG down to their final remaining player here. And I would love to try and get this map up again as quickly as possible, just to try and see sort of where that phase is going to be surrounded and what teams are set up in the best positions. Did you manage to catch when the map came up who looked like they were in the best of spots?
Definitely it looked like oh my god, the side of PMA were in the best position, followed by Colony, also looking very healthy on that northern side. They're not quite fully in the circle, but it seems like they have the ability to pinch SGG a little bit more heavily. And you made a fantastic point about Team Extraordinaire maybe now able to kind of slow SGD down. But the thing is, because they've come in via the boat, they have no real idea that SGD are there. So, you know, unless they look around, SGD do have that free time to spot them out and maybe pick up the knock. However, I wonder how many vehicles SGD have to play with, right? If any at all, on this coastal line of the Millie Island.
Yeah, I've been looking around and I can't see any terms of vehicles available, but Shen has spotted the players, though, of Extraordinaire. Going to try and take some shots over towards Papichulo. And oh my god, the headshot round the corner from Shen, as Papichulo's going to drop. And that might just allow the squad of... Oh no, they have got a car. They have got one vehicle, I think, for the side of SGD available, and that's going to be super vital for them in allowing that rotation to come in ever so quicker. As actually, no, I think they've got 2 vehicles. They've got a bike as well, if I'm correct. So that is huge for SGD there. Them vehicles may have just kept them alive in this game.
We're getting close to phase 5 as well. Bhadboyz Alliance down to 2 players. They've got From the Future right in front of the Myth still. Go strong SGD. They do go for the crash. ERANGEL gets knocked with lyrics against Teddy.
Yeah, KM99 is going to fall as well, as it's going to be the side of the Colony, who we mentioned was in a fantastic spot earlier on, just slightly further advanced up, as they're going to try and collapse their way onto this gun engagement and be a bit of a third party. Shen's going to drop Sapniks, and all of a sudden, well, that's the side of eArena down to their final remaining players, Lyrics and Sapniks. They're going to be confirmed to be very much a dead men walking. As for the side of SGD, that is beautiful stuff from them. They crash it onto the site, they take the compound, and oh, they've got the phase as well for the next pull. This is going to come down to Colony and SGD, but well, Shen, their most important player from SGD, Cows has other ideas. He thinks he's better.
Yeah, he does indeed, and Colony going to push on forward and focus a little bit more on towards eArena. And I understand and do respect the split from eArena, but it seems like they just stayed split for too long, and maybe they should have committed to one area as a full squad. Good push by SGD though, got to give them credit where it's due in that regard. Botany to Car 98, pushing on to Papi Chulo. It's going from bad to worse for Team Extraordinaire as we are down to our final 9 teams.
Yeah, and I don't think SGD are in the worst spot still here either. They've lost their key man and most important fragger of Shen thus far this tournament, but 3 players still alive. A lot of work to do, and this is where Teddy gonna start to pop off and pay his team back for doing the damage in their win earlier on and try and be the one that provides for his team. But the squad of Colony, they're also in a great spot. They've got to try and find this remaining player though from eArena, as Sissy could be really a thorn in the side of the team of Colony, and I don't know if they know he's here. Surely they know he's here somewhere. Surely, as well, SDG, they're going to find a few kills. PPA is going to be completely eliminated. So Sissy trying to duck and dodge his way out, but Alec's going to find the kill, and the Colony, they're looking great. They've got complete control of this compound, and they have got a huge height advantage on everyone else around them.
And that's a difference a lot of times between Colony and a couple of other teams, right? Colony were quite heavily split, but they were split on the northern side towards the edge of the circle. Whereas when they join up with purpose to push in the right direction as a team. That's just incredibly well played and executed by the side of Colony. Myth have been able to kind of take advantage of that by wrapping around on towards the underside of the hill in the northeastern edge of the circle, so they might be able to breach on up. Fury did a great job of picking apart both From the Future and Bhadboyz Alliance, and right now they are standing on 12 kills in this game.
Yeah, this is going to be huge as well, because if they pick up chicken dinner here, they're going to be dropping into third spot with 52 kills and 1 chicken dinner. That has, of course, been claimed, and that's going to do them the world of good going into the remaining matches here throughout the week. But for the side of Colony also as well, they want to try and put themselves that chicken dinner on the board. And I feel a little bit sorry for the team of Colony. They've always been around sort of this top 5, top 6 region in terms of the games, but they just can't seem to get over that final hurdle and cross the finish line. Is this going to be the game that they do it in? But they've got a lot of work to do as the likes of Fury. Well, they're coming in hot right now with the 52 kills. SGD as well with 41. All of these teams seem to be popping off, and popping heads is exactly what Rogue Nansmi is going to do for the side of Made in Thailand.
Escalucia has 11 kills so far for the side of Myth, and it is his top kill leader. The circle shifts over to the northwest. SGD's compound is still in play. Colony's positioning is still in play. PMA are definitely the team that's worse for wear out of this shift, because Fury and Myth can play on the underside of the hill and breach on in against Colony. And this is where Colony need to forget about SGD side. They need to focus massively on controlling one area, whether it's Myth side or Fury side, and hope for the absolute best. And they have gathered back together a lot closer to each other.
I think they've definitely got to focus on the team from Made in Thailand here, as if they can find the kills onto Colony, it opens really up the northern side of this phase as well. Although it's very much in the open, there is still a little bit of natural terrain and rocky cliffs to work with, but you've got to understand that you can allow the side of PMA to kind of deal with Fury if you're the side of Colony. Let them be that third party if need be. But well, as I say that, Flood's got other ideas. As it's going to be Pete who knocks. Alec actually finds the confirmation for Colony, so that's going to be another kill on the board for them. And how important are those kill steals going to be going into the later stages of the competition as well?
Yeah, of course, it's going to be important, but it's not going to be obviously the priority focus at the moment. You do what you can to take what you can get, but it's all about, of course, we know by now, we talked about it a million times, grabbing the all-elusive chicken dinner. 4 kills for Colony so far. They've been able to open the door against Fury as well, but Myth, they are getting closer to Colony's position.
Yeah, they are, and it's going to be SGD find the kills. In the way of PMA, it's going to be Icon DS who falls. So 2 remaining players for PMA now, and SGD still very comfortable here over towards the compound, but Myth starting to engage in them slightly. And I think this is going to come down to who plays this sort of 3 or 4 way gun engagement the best. And I think if you're the squad of SGD, you kind of say to them, look, these two teams are very close to each other. Let them fight it out, and then we can try and pick up the pieces and try and learn from the mistakes that we saw Team Bliss not do earlier on, and then act as the third party later on in the game. But you can see here the spread from Colony really controlling the center of that zone. Solid performance out of them thus far. Ronin does complete that kill onto Botany, so all of a sudden it's all up to KMF1, and it looks like the squad have made in Thailand. They want to try and get slightly closer to the position of Colony.
Yeah, I like get to knock on the Fury. I don't get why Fury are going in that direction of the hill. Doesn't really make sense, because not only is that direction of the hill not really the right way to go, but I feel it's more at risk of getting third partied. But Momon pushing forward, has Calves on his side. He gets a clean knock on the Ronin, and that leaves just one player left up for Fury.
Yeah, one player, and it's going to be Flood, and it looks like he's very much going to fall as well, as KMF1 completes the 2 kills onto Insight and Flood. And we're down to our final 4 here in our final game of today's action. Game 8 out of 24. The squad of Colony look like they're in pole position here to try and finally put their first win on the board. Made in Thailand, they want to try and double their luck and put 2 on the board if they can. But SGD, they want to go one better and make it 3 chicken dinners potential here. So apart from the side of PMA, who are currently sitting at none, this is going to be a huge final sort of phase play here between these final 4 teams, because there could be a potential shift in the leader.
If Myth were to win this game, they'd also be the only team so far to get a back-to-back chicken dinner. KMF1 gets a knock on the SGD. They dealt with the couple, but oh my lord, KMF1 gets a double knock, but he is finally flushed out. Yeah,
and it's all up to Upchen and left alive for the side of SGD. Okay, Teddy has got a little bit of health left in terms of the revive, but can't see that coming through anytime soon. And it looks like it's pretty much the team of Colonies to lose. They've just got to make sure they deal with the side of Made in Thailand, who are starting to make their way up this mountain and try and claim the King of the Hill spot. As I mean, for the side of Colony, you've got strength in numbers, surely. They played the splits as a team perfectly so far, but I'm not too sure if they've actually got anyone lurking and watching this sort of area that Made in Thailand have come from. I think they actually might have Killer or Calbs doing just that, but surely this is either Made in Thailand's or the Colony's game to lose.
It really is indeed. Colony have done such a good job across these games, and they really do. They really do deserve a chicken dinner. They really do. Like they've played integrally, valuably throughout these games. They've been consistent. Definitely, I would argue the most consistent team performance-wise. But I also understand that Myth getting that back-to-back chicken dinner. There are a lot of the picks for these casters for this event, so that comes with a weight, and getting 2 in one day in this day 2 would definitely justify that.
Yeah, I can agree more. As Myth looking to prove and be the proud representatives of Thailand here. They named themselves Made in Thailand, and looks like they want to reign supreme for their region. But it's going to be Calbs who finds Jacob with the nade, and this is what I want to see from Colony. This is what we didn't see Bliss do earlier on. As soon as the knock comes through, the aggression to re-engage the fights. They're going to find the second knock probably sooner rather than later on to Tanawa, as it's going to be Cows hunting for that kill. He spotted him, finds the kill just about. And this here has been perfect play from Colony. Uption's going to drop Colony. Oh my god! Nancy! You're nuts with a double nade! All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 1. The wrist trying to come through. He's no way going to find the knock onto that final player. For a second there, my heart was in my mouth, Imperium. As we're going to see the Colony finally put their first chicken dinner on the board.
Yeah, I was like, what? Rogue? Rogue? Is he going rogue and he's going to turn this game around for Myth? But in the end, that was such a well-executed chicken dinner from Colony. The way they pushed in and held onto the rock on towards the end to get that initial couple of shots on towards that player from Myth was spot on. They then used that to their advantage to push in, but maybe they sent one too many players in that direction. Maybe they should have had one backing off just a little bit more, but either way, you can't really say anything more than positive things about Colony's performance in that game. The way they pushed in at the right moment on towards the top of the hill to take down the last player of eArena, the way they shut down Fury, the way they held onto the north side as a split to grab all the information. Yes, wild circle shifts and military island will always be a bit of an asterisk on teams' abilities, but honestly, Colony, they've done nothing but prove themselves so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's about time they picked up a win, as well as we mentioned. I think you made a great point in terms of saying that they were probably the most consistent team across the board in where they were placing. They just couldn't get over the finish line, and eventually they've not stumbled at the last hurdle and they picked up that chicken dinner. And don't get me wrong, it got a little bit scary for a second towards the end where that double nade came in from the solo player for the opponents. But luckily, though, we saw the clutch factor in the 2 versus 1. And well, this was a very interesting game, to say the least. We had a very low south plane line to start things off, which looked like it was going to be a military base ending at some point, and it's very heavily shifted towards that way before starting to move itself off. But this here is probably the play of the game thus far, or the game of the tournament at least, with Dawn picking up a huge 3 kills onto the squad of Team Bliss.
It was up there with, I don't know if it was NRX yesterday in that Miramar game, where he turned that massive fight around and got the 3-piece. I don't know if it was NRX that did it or it was onto NRX, but either way, indeed, that play by Dawn was incredible. Then we saw the bit of a fadings from Kingslayer's eArena. Just, again, kind of bit off more than they could chew by staying too heavily split in this compound, and SGD ended up pushing it, and they got the squad wipe onto them. And PMA, I gotta give them credit where it's due. That 10-minute rotation, I thought it wasn't going to work out, but it did keep them alive for an extended period of this game. But Fury, they're picking up kill after kill after kill on that southeastern edge of the circle. Yeah, kill after kill indeed. Unfortunately, they didn't. Oh, so as I said, unfortunately, they obviously picked up kill after kill, and it resulted in picking up a chicken dinner in the end. And I think one thing you highlighted as well, which I thought was a great point, was the way they played each individual engagement, right? And like here, as soon as they found the knocks onto the Fury players, they re-engaged and they found the full team wipe, and they did exactly the same here on Made in Thailand. As soon as that first nade come through, we saw them collapse onto the team of Made in Thailand and find probably the easiest frags of their life. And that's what Team Bliss missed in the game beforehand, in this exact situation here. So Colony, they're learning from their opponent's mistakes, and well, now going into tomorrow, that does the world of good for confidence. It puts them inside, I think, the top 6, and well, we can take it. It puts them into third spot here, Imperium, from a team that was borderline 14th odd for the whole event. 1 win, and they are jumping all the way up into 3rd spot. Of course, they are behind Bliss and ShuaiGeDui in terms of chicken dinners, but Made in Thailand, they're only if they pick up a 6-kill chicken dinner, they jump into top spot tomorrow. Yeah, definitely fantastic. Colony moving up to 4th is absolutely insane off the back of the last game. Chicken dinner, 34 kills. It is absolutely spot on. But from the future, they won the second game yesterday but they haven't really shown anything since then. Same with Division X. They won the very first match, but there's been nothing but kind of, you know, downhill performances since then. Yeah, okay, they've gotten a chicken dinner, but still 5th and 6th isn't really anything to be sniffed at this stage with the win on board. Fury, 53 kills, the current kill leaders of the lobby. But as of now, nada, zero, zilch in the chicken dinner department. They need to change that tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. And I think tomorrow is where we're going to start to see the important games take place, because you do not want to be heading into the final day or final 2 days of games, you know, really having to chase chicken dinners and clutch up when you can. But what a great day of action we have seen thus far. It's only day number 2 out of 6 more days.
Yep.
We're only a third of the way through the competition. Make sure you tune in with us tomorrow when we hit that halfway stage. But guys, we do appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching. We've had some awesome games today. Shout out to AOC Monitors, of course, for holding this fantastic event. We'll see you guys tomorrow, so make sure you guys come and tune in, show your support for your representatives of your countries, and as always, stay safe. Me and Imperium will be back here same time tomorrow.
Thank you.